Good morning, or good afternoon if you're across the pond. Today is, I don't know, what is today? May 14th, 2025. We are here hopefully for day 15 of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. I have not heard anything about court being canceled today, so I think we're in good shape.
I'm going to join you.
Oh, this is the big one, baby. It's a big one. Coming to join it, baby. This is the big one. Elizabeth. Oh, sorry. That was.
Ain't got all day, drama queen. Get it over with.
Oh, wow. Mandy coming in hot. Morning, Mandy. Good morning, beautiful humans. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I am excited for day 15. I'm excited to see who they're going to call. It seems like they have to call a witness that's going to try to establish some kind of guilt. Right? I mean, it's time. It's time. Oh, yeah, I'm old. I am definitely Sanford and Son, first run old. I was young, but I mean, classic. It's classic. It's classic TV. All right, let me take care of a little business over here on the side. Get this thing pulled up, see what we could see what the deal is. So you guys, how was the day off for y'all? I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the day off. Took the guy for a nice walk. Jumped on with Will for a bit over at the Glarers channel. Just talking some shit.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? He's right here, chilling. Oh, what a guy.
Look at this distinguished gentleman.
Oh, well, good morning. Thank you very much. What else do we do? Oh, had a pretty awesome live last night. If you didn't watch it, you should have. It's not too late. You can replay crew. Had Andrew Baldwin, Max Wiley on talking about Allison Davis. Case they just went to trial on. It finished last Friday. It was in front of none other than Judge Gull. Follow our Richard Allen coverage. You know exactly who that is. She is actually the worst judge, most biased judge on the history of the world that I've ever seen. Like, I mean, she, believe it or not, Canoni haters. Judge Gull, she's the queen of mean. That's the only way I could describe her. All right, looks like we're good to go here. We got the green screen. We don't have OnlyFans yet, but they got a big not guilty in the Allison Davis case, and I think I confused some people because I entitled it "The Staircase Part 2." There was no Part 1 anywhere on our channel. It was a reference to Michael Peterson's The Staircase case. Because it's similar circumstances, except it's the parties are inverted. Instead of wife being dead at the bottom of the stairs, it was husband who was found dead at the bottom of the stairs. And they went to trial on it. Gull, of course, denied some massive exculpatory evidence. Like, she denied them being able to put in Allison Davis's Fitbit data, what she was wearing. It was Garmin. I mean, Garmin to me has always kind of been they were the OG GPS company. Like, they were the first companies that you'd buy the GPS, stick it on your dashboard. I mean, so yeah, she wouldn't let that in, and they still prevailed. And this was, to me, very exculpatory evidence. But what are you going to do? They still won in spite of her, which is impressive. So yeah, that's a great live. We got into some of the ins and outs of that trial, how it went down, and I think it's worth your time. Give it a watch. Give it a watch. All right, I'm going to pull the green screen up so y'all know that we're running on time. That things are as they should be in the world. Trial is a go today, it looks like. So I don't know. I mean, it sounded like Karen was not feeling well. I think that was the consensus, right? That she's got some major medical issues. So that's a distinct possibility. And with the amount of stress that goes along with this, it would not surprise me at all. I heard a bloop. Oh,
What's the green screen?
hi, love bug. Good morning.
Morning. What's this green screen?
That's where Boston 10's at right now. Green screen, green screen. Everybody loves a green screen.
So I heard you talking about the Allison Davis case and the, what is it? Garmin.
Garmin.
Oh,
Oh,
Allison.
only fan.
Good morning,
Everybody look, it's
everybody.
only fan. All right.
Man,
So,
Bob's perky this early
I'm always
morning.
perky in the morning. We've finally grown up and we actually try to get some good sleep. So, I mean, I never was a morning person as a young lad. I'll tell you that. But I don't think any teenager is.
Well, but I wanted to throw this out there for those who have watched or covered or followed the Richard Allen trial, to wrap your mind around the fact that this is a judge that said no, the Garmin data cannot come in. It's not reliable enough. We don't understand this weird stuff. What is happening?
Is this alien technology, sir?
Is the same judge that allowed the state to put into evidence, to present an expert to compare an unspent casing with a spent casing. I mean, like, just logically, you can
True
see
story.
how those two things, like, clearly
Apple,
contradictory.
orange.
Or
Apple, orange.
no, or apple.
Apple, watermelon.
No.
Apple, pineapple.
All right.
Well, are you suggesting it's like Honey Crisp, Granny Smith?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
It's the same exact thing, but the Garmin's more reliable.
I'm still stuck on your analogy. I'm going to say, so Honey Crisp, Granny Smith, because they're both apples, but okay, I got it. Apple core, full apple.
I don't know.
That's
Eh.
a good one. That's a good one. Oh, you guys think Allie needs a coffee or a tea? A nice tea? All right, so do you want control of the board?
I'll happily take control of the
All right,
board.
pull it up. Boston 10. It shall be yours, my dear.
But I have to not forget to re-up our Spotify. For those of you that know, I'm not even going to say it, but for whatever reason, no one knows why, my debit card was canceled, and I forgot all the things
To
associated
my
with it.
horror, I went to go play music on Spotify the other day, and there were ads, and my head almost exploded. I'm like, what is going on? Like, what? I'm like, have they added ads to Spotify now? Like, there is no ad free. I was like freaking out in my brain a little bit with Scarlett. I'm like, I'm like, look at this. What is it? Tell me what's happening. She's like, "Yeah, we have ads." I'm like, "I don't understand it." I was trying to play some Wu-Tang. I was like, "Oh my god, it was horrible." And it's been 3
Couldn't
days.
open PDFs for a while, a couple days.
Couldn't yeah, real downside of the old debit card getting aced.
While you're getting things, since you're about to go on a task of getting things, you know what I would also love and would be amazing?
What?
Water.
Out of the question. Negative. Hard no. So you want a tea and a water?
That would be amazing.
All right, so I think we're damn near completely out, if not completely out of the stevia squirty mix. Do you want honey?
Yes, honey, yeah.
Honey. All right. Okay, I'll be back. So I'm back before we start. All right, give some love. Oh, wait. So what happened? Who ruled that she's got 48 hours to move the buffer zone? Like, give me details, reality check. I haven't seen that decision come down.
Maybe
Let me
you
know.
have. Maybe it's been sent to you and we don't even know it. Um, I'm seeing if you guys there is a court decision. That's what Alessi Never Sleeps says. Susan wants a coffee too and a donut. All right. First Circuit. Oh, like somebody took it up to the federal. Okay, so I'm assuming that Emmett's asking um, a legitimate question here. So it's the zone around the courthouse where no one's allowed to wear anything pink or, be shouting for or against Karen Reed. Um, and it looks like, from what you guys are saying and what apparently Andrea said this morning, is that the First Circuit said she had 48 hours to move it. So, um, let's see if we can. Hey, Sleuthy and Tracy, either one of you know where that court ruling is? Hi, Sleuthy. Oh, got it. Man, sorry, Tracy. Sleuthy did it. So, this is a United States Court of Appeals opinion. Good morning. Let me pull it up from. Let's see what we got. Oh, that's just one page, right? Oh, is that the whole thing? Okay. All right. Let me open it up then. Export as PDF. See, don't tell Bob. I'm in here narrating what I'm doing. Told him how annoying that was when he does it on the live. All right, take down OnlyFans just for a second. What is happening? All right. Here we go. No, here we go. It's screwing with me right now is what it's doing. All right, sorry. I know what happened. All right, here we go. So, trial court of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Beverly Canone. Oh, that's just a list of it's Jason Grant, Allison Tagart, Lisa Peterson, and Samantha Lyons are the people who brought this action against Judge Canone and superintendent of the Massachusetts State Police, the chief of police from the town of Dedham, and Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk County District Attorney. Hold on a sec. All right. So, yeah.
Oh, there, here. I was gonna say just grab the cup first and then.
That's all right. Too late. You're right. It's hot.
Yeah. All right, clear out all that shit.
Oh boy. All right. The court is in receipt of plaintiff appellant's emergency motion for clarification to enforce this court's May 9th, 2025 judgment. Defendant appellees shall respond to the motion. Shall respond to the motion within 48 hours of the issuance of this order. In their response, defendant appellees are directed to address specifically what steps the prosecution in Commonwealth versus Reed, Norfolk Superior Court Department, and they give the court case dump number, has taken, if any, in response to the issues raised in the procurement issued on May 9th, 2025, particularly in light of the fact that the challenged state court memorandum of decision and order was adopted in response to the Commonwealth's motion for buffer zone. Okay. So they got 48 hours to respond. Shall respond to the motion within 48 hours. And that was yesterday. It was entered. So all right, there you have it. Put back up OnlyFans so we can all breathe again. Little security blanket. Thanks, Sleuth. All right. Well, yeah, Bob's going to be Judge Canoni is going to be extra grumpy today. I agree at Ernie. Did you guys see that Aiden Carney said that there was a woman in the buffer zone who the police made her take off her sweatshirt? It said something like, "We are ruled by corrupt police. Norfolk is ruled by corruption." I don't know, something like that. And then when she took off her sweatshirt, because she's in the buffer zone, okay, her t-shirt was Turtle Boy. So they made her walk to her car in her bra. Did we all see this? I know. Oh, I thought you were actually talking, but you're not. You're just.
I saw it on the Twitter. I didn't see the actual video. I just saw a post about it.
No, and that's what I mean. Like, I mean, what
I knew of it.
the hell is going on in Norfolk?
Highway to the buffer zone. What does she have to do?
She's got to respond to the motion within 48 hours to clarify. They want to know what, and they want the court wants them, meaning judge, the DA, all the defendants, to explain exactly what steps that they have taken to pursuant to an earlier order of the court. So,
All right.
Pokemon says she should have had a Turtle Boy bra.
Yeah, a couple of shells.
That would have been one way to fuck those assholes. Hey,
turtle
guess
shells.
what?
Turtle shells.
No. Well,
that
might not
would have been great. Would have been
Yeah.
great. 2 turtle shells for the cups.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what this no shit you're saying is.
I don't know, because in my mind, I
yes.
was thinking I wanted it to be more like Turtle Boy, Karen Reed specific, but yeah, that would be
Oh, like actual pictures.
Yeah, pictures on the turtle shells. Pictures
That's
of Karen Reed on
just
turtle shells.
That's just creepy.
That's true.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know.
dude, but seriously, what world are we living in where there's no respect for civil rights, for women,
For
for
First Amendment, I
yeah, well,
mean,
that
they're
too.
telling people they
That
can't
too.
wear a shirt.
Well, that are
This
in
was
the buffer zone.
outside of the buffer zone
Well,
as well.
meaning they were in the buffer zone, the zone where they can't have it on.
Wait, what? It was
Well,
outside of the buffer zone. I thought.
dude, if you're outside of the buffer zone, then you can wear whatever the fuck you want. It's within the buffer zone that you can't wear. There's a
Huh?
zone. There is a zone where you cannot wear the stuff.
This is like scroll up or scroll down type dilemma.
Is it
Right?
me?
I don't know. I thought
What?
I thought the buffer, you had to be in the buffers. If you're in the buffer zone, you can't wear anything in there. If you're outside of it, what? Like, why? What? I don't know.
No,
Maybe
no,
I'm
no. The buffer zone is the zone that is protected from all of the
right, in which you can't wear shit.
right.
And she was outside of it.
No, then she could wear whatever she wants.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe I
No,
misunderstood the tweet. I thought she
no,
was outside of the buffer
I
zone.
think
She
that
wasn't in it.
picture was just as she was entering the buffer zone, is what I'm assuming.
She had her foot like on a hydrant or something. I don't know. I don't know.
All right, the picture
We'll
that
have
you're
to
thinking
investigate
of was
further.
as she was entering the zone. Like she took that picture like, "All right, I'm about to go in."
Heading in. Going in. Something weird happened when you step across like that invisible line, the buffer zone line. I'm just curious.
All right, all the people are answering over here.
Okay. It was the buffer zone sign. So she was on the line.
No, but wait, I think that was the picture. Somebody who knows explain. I'm pretty sure she was actually in it when they made her. I mean, otherwise she could have just taken a step back.
In
They
it to win it, baby. In it to win it.
It's like those little remember where we were? Oh, in Louisville, but it was actually not Louisville. It was Jefftown.
Jefftown.
Where it was like one side of the street, like one step and you're like in New Orleans where you can have drinks but then you're on the other side and you're not.
Wait, what?
There was that line
That
where
wasn't
you
New
can drink on
Orleans.
the street. I said like New Orleans. It's like
Yeah. Oh, in Jefftown. Yeah.
one side of the line you're in New Orleans and the other side you're in Indiana.
Yeah. The great state of India. Hold on. I dropped a little Greek yogurt juice on the.
Oh, I better take
Yeah,
out
better.
my tea bag. I let my tea get so ooh. Nice. Thank you, Spitfire. You
Did I put the right amount of honey in there?
did perfect, my love.
Sweet.
In the buffer zone, the
Sweet.
sweatshirt said criminals control Norfolk County. Yes, criminals control Norfolk County. Neither of us are left-handed. I am left dominant in gymnastics though, but a lot of people are. Most people are. Or at least they were years ago. I don't know what they're doing now. I know when Cameron was in my kids learned cartwheels from me, so they're going to be left dominant. Um, and when she shifted over to cheer, they're all doing their fulls, right dominant. And so she's still stepping with her left leg, but she's trying to twist with her right. And I'm like, wait, you can't do that. Like, no. It took her forever to believe me because she was watching how everybody else did it. But I guess this is a story for another day. She was inside the buffer zone, but neither her sweatshirt nor her T-shirt said anything about the Karen Reed trial.
Am I not
Precisely.
turtly enough for the Turtle
Per-
Club?
And
Couple of things. You're welcome, KLB. I'm glad that I could plant that song in your head. Earworm. And then I think that the best way to describe yogurt juice is, you know how, like, if you get the Chobani, like the cups, like sometimes I forget to shake it before I open it, and you get that little
layer of
before you mix it up, and there's
Mhm.
like a little kind of like yogurt juice. I don't know, like a little watery gloopy gloop. And when you mix it up, it's all perfect. But
All right, I'm going to return to my legal analysis of Bell's very good comment here. Thank you,
okay,
sir.
thank you.
When you're stifling speech, when you're restricting speech, you have to be specific. So saying that Norfolk is run by criminals, that's got nothing to do with Karen Reed. She's absolutely right, Bell, which I'm assuming is a she. So that's a whole,
Y'all are supposed to just mix it right in. You don't have to pour that out. You don't have to pour it out, y'all. You're getting like
No, Meg P. Please, someone share
what?
Menendez brothers update.
Yeah, there's I think the resentencing has been approved, I think.
What?
Is what I saw, yeah.
Wait, but what is the recent? The
I don't know.
resentencing is like
That I have not seen.
nonsense.
I saw Sean's like I texted Sean Martin over at potentially criminal like 2 days ago. I'm like, yo, if you're sitting around not doing shit, hop on with me.
That's what I thought. Now
Because
just
that was the day that you had dipped on me. Oh, we got action. And he finally responds today.
right. So being eligible for parole is like, I mean, it's a huge deal, but will they ever give him parole?
So 17 minutes late. Wait, is that what it was? 50 to life?
No, I think it's life with parole, or maybe
50
it's 50
years
to
to
life with
life,
parole.
the possibility of parole. Okay.
Right.
So they're gonna have to go to a parole hearing June 13th. All right.
Well, if that actually works, then that'll be great.
Yeah. I mean, they're not gonna complain. I mean, this isn't
I mean,
a
I'm sure
situation.
they'll complain. They would have rathered it just be, time served, you're done.
Yeah.
But if they get out, yeah, they're not.
I don't
gonna
think they're gonna
complain.
complain.
Not if they get out.
Right. Right. I mean, they were life. They were WhatsApp. I mean, it's a big move. Spoogs thinks that Newsom will grant clemency. I don't know. We shall see. I mean, politically speaking, it's probably better just let it go through the parole board so as
But
not
if it gets
to.
denied, then gotta
Yeah.
step in.
Then you got something going on. Oh, so June 13th is also the clemency date. Aha. We're getting excellent info here. Excellent info.
Great chat.
The best in the land. I say it every day. Every day.
Who's that? The little lady. Is she always there?
Sleuthy says every day I see new people in the Commonwealth side with John's family. It's like Hank pays extra to
Extra.
show up and just sit there. Say, listen, I'm going to give you an extra $5.
Do you think the jurors even know, though? I mean, I don't know that they know whose side is what side.
They probably do.
Well, I guess they can tell because they can see Karen. She does turn around and like talk to her family.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And of course, whoever's facing them looking the grumpiest and angriest, that has to be the Commonwealth.
The grumpiest. Mr. Grumpy Pants. I'm Mr. Grumpy Pants. That's definitely Paul.
I need to drink more of this tea to get so perky.
Paul is pretty grumpy. I mean, his brother is dead, so I mean, there's Definitely he's got some, but like the glaring shit, he needs to give it a rest.
Well, I would say that Paul is, and I don't know, maybe people would disagree, but I think he probably believes that Karen Reed is guilty. So,
Oh, I'm sure he does. But he shouldn't be in a position to sit there and glare at the defendant the entire trial.
right, then maybe they should have put the defendants, those people behind the defendant while they're setting up these. Oh, we want these guys to face the jury, or they should rotate.
Yeah. Rotating. Rotating. I mean, for Delphi, we definitely had set seats.
Yeah.
Kind of like ended up that way, but there were rows that were, but out like
But no one faced the juries, and the other side didn't. You're all on the same side of the
correct the
courtroom.
bar. Yeah. Like this courtroom doesn't have a bar. I mean, it does, but it's like you would never have people to the side of the well of the courtroom other than the jury. You know what I mean? Like you're usually behind the bar of the courtroom.
Wait, so Mrs. O'Keefe is moved into a new location, or is that where she always is? No.
They back road Paul again. Oh, wait, is that true?
A married Paul should not use his brother's wait.
Because
Huh?
he's an asshole. Yo,
I mean,
yo.
nobody really knows anybody, right?
Do you know Allison had never heard that song by Dennis Leary? Like until I played it, like when was it?
I just can't tell because you've done it for so long.
She
if
thought
I
I made it up. I'm like, what?
think I did, yeah.
Like, I wish. Yeah, like I mean, I've started many things like that. I did not start. I did bring horchata to the Midwest, though.
Yep.
I did
Yep.
that.
Did it.
Invented cereal milk water, or no, cereal flavored milk. Invented that.
But it doesn't exist, does it?
Sure, definitely exists. I don't know if it took off the way I thought it would. I think we did write vows. I definitely wrote something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I wrote.
of course. Of course. When we get remarried, when we re-up, I'm gonna write some epic vows. You'd be assured of that.
Yeah, well, you better be planning because you've got
wait,
got
like
10 months.
Plan it together.
10 months. Yes.
What is this? What is this? You better shit. You mean we need to? What happened to our partnership? It sounds like
yeah, that.
Marissa, are you writing some vows?
I think
You want to
I would
test
be
them out on the
fine.
crew? Let me hear
with-
it. Let me hear them. I want to hear them.
What?
Marissa's getting married on the 22nd, and she's
No,
writing
she
some
can't
vows.
share her vows
What?
publicly before she says them to her spouse. Come on.
Yeah, look, I put the warning out to the future Mr. Marissa that we got eyes on him. You better take care of our girl because she's got a whole community to be up that ass.
I
Get
think
in that ass.
I think we should go to Fiji and renew them like on a beach privately.
I would do that. I would do
Because
that.
we never got to take our
Sleuthy's poo-pooing my idea as
Honey.
well. So that idea to my wife and Sleuthy, it's dead in the water. We'll just have to trust that Marissa's going to be a wordsmith. I don't know if I told you all, I'm actually
Jim says, just be
officiating
glad
our
she's not.
daughter's wedding.
Yeah,
So
you got work to do, actually. You got 3 weeks of work to do.
Trust me, I'll be fine.
Yeah, so here's it. Well, Jim says, just be glad she's not writing them for you, Bab. Oh, our pictures are due today, babe. Our pictures are due.
I'm not worried about the pictures. I'm just
But it's a
sending the
picture
thing.
book.
No,
it's like
it's a book with wonderful words that has supplemental pictures.
all right.
the way
So
that I
anyway,
look
to explain what we're talking about, and it was just getting me going because I'm like, Bob, you've got time. You got 3 weeks. You better work on that. We were writing
Well,
Well,
I
let's
remember
not
I
say
told you
anything because we're on a live, and it's possible our daughter watches a live. So let's
okay.
just.
She actually works during the day. She's not watching the lives.
Well, it's not a story worth me saying anyway.
Let's see. It'll be 20 years next year. 20 years next year. We've been together.
We're gonna get a strike.
Copyright strike for the
Copyright.
marriage song. Thanks,
Thanks, Mandy.
Mandy. Wow, this is what I feel like.
Defund the Matas.
Yeah, that's too much. You played the wedding song. You're dead to us. Like this sound also goes with YouTube and their bots that are always trying to get you.
What? I thought that one was fine.
What, the wedding song? I don't know.
No, Jaws. Didn't.
No, that's YouTube sulking
Oh,
around in the water trying to catch
yeah,
us
trying to
playing
get you.
sound
Okay,
bits.
got it,
Wow, yeah,
got it.
drink that tea, girl.
Drink that tea.
The uptake a little slow this morning.
Oh boy. I mean, when does this like fog brain thing disappear?
I mean, I wish I could tell you. I don't know.
Oh,
They're fucking off again in a sidebar. I mean, you know what they're doing, Sleuthy. First thing they do when they come out is they sidebar.
they sidebar.
It's a secret.
Secret. Yeah. Yep. Yep. So, who do you think's gonna get called, Bay?
Oh, Karen's running out.
I hope it's Welcher.
She's
hope
like, I got to go to the bathroom.
What?
Karen just ran out.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh my God.
like quickly.
Cannoni's leaving the bench. I seen her. I seen her walking off the
because
bench.
Karen's probably not. I mean, I don't know if anybody confirmed like 100% that the person who was sick was Karen Reed, or if we're all just spreading rumors. But so I'm going to say a big if it was Karen Reed that was sick that caused court to be canceled yesterday, that she's the kind of sickness that she gets is not something that goes away the next day, or it's
Right.
very likely given her various conditions. So if she pushed herself, to be well enough to come back, that could be why she's now rushing out of the courtroom to go to the bathroom. Sleuthy says, all right, I'll take it as gospel because Sleuthy said it. Not that I don't trust many of you, but I know Sleuthy wouldn't just tell me a rumor. It was, and Karen apparently said she's feeling much better today. But
Good.
she did use the word apparently said. So now that sounds like something she got secondhand. Well, everything she gets secondhand, but from somebody.
I did, Deja.
How?
I loved your only tweet fan. I put a crushed, sad emoji face guy and then a smile, laughing face guy. So I did. I know we can't see who likes our shit anymore on the Twitter, which is weird. It's a strange occurrence.
Wait, are people saying that today? All right. Sleuthy got it from Ted Daniels. All right. I mean, he probably viewed her on her way in or something. So,
okay,
Helena says, only fan, how I missed you yesterday. I mean, it hasn't. So Christy Carroll says, I think the kids will testify. I feel like that's why Mrs. O'Keefe is there. She's there every day, right? Babe? She's there
Who?
every day, Mrs. O'Keefe.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely, definitely. Okay, I'm trying to.
I'm getting disappointed that people are not trying to do this voicemail thing. To me, it's so exciting.
It is.
I'm gonna put it out there again. Maybe we should do the goal for the co-host spot, but if with $50 Venmo or and I understand a lot of you can't do it, and we didn't want it where everybody could do it just because that'd be a lot. Uh,
The entire live filled with voicemails.
yeah. You get to leave a voicemail. You can say anything you want. You can rant.
The
You
less
can
expensive
rave.
way to hear your voicemails is just become a member. That's the less
But you're
expensive
getting
way.
that on a member only live, which is much smaller than the whole free world.
Somebody gave me there was a little grift tweet yesterday. Somebody's like, "Oh, you're talking about money a lot." I'm like, this is a business, right, bro? I'm
Right, and
like,
we're not playing commercials.
yeah,
We're
I
ad
don't
free
this
for
is a
the live.
business. Like we put in a shit ton of work, man. I'm not apologizing for a goddamn thing.
Goddamn grifters!
Grifters, you sons of bitches. Yeah. I mean, like I love our community, but I mean, we have to make a living. It's like otherwise you're Jay. Like, if like you're going back to the rat race. It's one or the other. It's like you have to make a living doing this, especially when you're doing it all day as if it's a full-time job because it's a full-time job. I mean, yesterday was like a gift from the heavens. It's like it's crazy, because I knew we had the thing with Andy and Max coming. Like,
Stephanie says, I say keep the ads. I pay for premium.
yeah, I mean, I think it really ruins people's experience that don't have premium. It's all right, perfect. Okay, it's in the books. Tomorrow at 5:30 Central Time, 6:30 Eastern, the one and only Mark Betterow will be joining us for the second time to give us all of his insight. So love having Mark on over here.
I don't know what's going on in this basement.
What do you mean?
My nose always starts to run when we get in the basement. When I get in the basement, it's
I
like
think what I should
almost
do,
automatic.
especially I think I'm going to move the dehumidifier into the room you're in so it can run. It really does pull the moisture and shit out of there. Works. My dad complains about it all the time. Yeah, we probably should do that, Mark.
Right, it could just be dust, like Anne's saying. I mean,
I think that's the more likely scenario, probably. Because
yeah, it's definitely kind of dusty down here in
yeah,
certain
there's
spots.
yeah, we have one on the our furnace, Kyoka. Yeah, they're great. I mean, you really need them in basements because they are humid. Very, very humid. Yeah, they are great.
We used to have that like air purifier thing, right? It was like a tower.
Well, our furnace has one on it.
Yeah, but it was like this blue light thing. Remember we got something like
Yeah,
that?
yeah. I mean,
It was like
we
was
had a
that
couple of them.
infrared thing
Yeah,
or it was something.
yeah. Like that was like kind of a one room deal. Yeah, Chicago's definitely humid. I mean, it's not New Orleans humid, but it's humid. It's not Florida humid, but it's humid in the summer. It's pretty thick. Pretty, pretty, pretty thick.
Oh, I'll be right back.
All right, take care now.
Pretty good. It's pretty, 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 pretty good.
Allie, is that Allie knocking? I don't know what that was. Somebody's knocking down there. I don't know if that was Allie. It's hard to say. Was that you knocking?
I'm like, bah.
Were you knocking? Oh, no, it was the weed man guy. All right, hold on. I'll be back.
Oh, he meant like knocking on the door? Yeah, no, I'm in the basement. Only fan. Yeah, I mean, if you can imagine, if she has to go to the bathroom often, that's gonna be an issue. I mean, that's gonna be an issue. And it's not like, I mean, I don't know, that's something that comes on pretty quick. Um Jen says, this is where I spend my allowance here. Aw, family hugs. Babe, Jen
Jen
wants a
the
hug.
engine. Huh?
She wants a family hug.
Aw, family hug.
AR says, if Karen has the runs, she is super brave to wear light blue suit today. We needed a laugh.
I
I
mean,
mean,
it's a true story.
if it's that bad, then maybe you wear maybe they make like a different kind of something equivalent to a pad for drips. I don't
I
know.
mean, they
That'd be
call it
frightening.
depends undergarments, I think is what they call those.
I look like a very nice fitted. It doesn't look like something you can wear a diaper under it.
I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Look like a nice fitting pantsuit.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, thanks for your generosity, AR, and the laugh.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right.
Sure, she has a colostomy bag.
At 8:40 Central Daylight Time, we are finally starting court.
All right, she's got it
Thank you,
muted.
Noni.
Judge,
Appreciate it.
you're muted. Let me make sure it's not me.
Did she not start the Zoom?
Oh boy, it was
There we
me.
go.
And understanding
Wow.
about yesterday. Sometimes
Wow.
during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable. And I tried to cancel you as soon as we could, so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions.
You got 2 times on? You got the
all
boost
able
on?
To follow my
I
instructions.
do.
And refrain
Let me
from
just double check
discussing this
it.
case with anyone since we were last here. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook.
I bet you
All right,
yesterday
next witness,
they found some
please.
shit out.
Yes.
Spent the whole day home. They had to get online. They had to be on their phones.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce 2 clips.
Okay.
The first clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury is clip 20.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Wow, just cuts her mid-sentence. He's such a bozo.
Clown face.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Wow. How in the fuck is that relevant? That she doesn't think that John. I can't understand how the fuck that just got in.
All right, Miss McLaughlin, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbush.
All right, well, now we're done. So all of you were actually right. We got some kids. We're not going to watch OnlyFans the whole time, are we? Oh,
The kids are getting on the stand.
yep.
Oh,
So yeah, I don't think we even get to hear their voices, right?
no, I don't think so. I mean, typically, when you are dealing with kids in court, juvenile court, that shit's on lock. Like, even if you're a lawyer, like, you can't sit in the room unless you have a client that's in there or coming in there. They are super protective of children in the courts.
So Milo says, has anyone heard anything about John's dad? He's sitting away from John O'Keefe's mom. I remember some gossip about him believing Karen is innocent, had a hard time being in court. Today noticed Cam zoom on him. I don't know if anyone really knows anything, but I guess we'll see what the chat thinks about that. I don't know if that was like a speculation thing. It could be that whoever is with them today is like someone his wife wanted to sit next to, so she asked her to sit there and scooted over. I don't know. Is that true that they're not together anymore? Welcome, Sleepless Sleuth. Thank you for your generosity, becoming a member. John's dad and mom are living apart. All right, I believe they are separated. That's what the chat says. I think he is there today to support the kids. Is that true? Fierce like Frida? That no one's allowed to live tweet about what the kids are testifying to? All right, everyone says they're separated. He's only been there when the kids were supposed to testify. Well, now, wait, so he hasn't been there any other day?
I don't know.
Huh.
I'm not sure if he's been
Sleuthy
there.
sent me something. Sleuthy sent me Ted Daniels' post. Thanks, Sleuthy. We are prohibited from posting the testimony of the minors live as it happens, but we can take notes. And tell us about it later. It's bizarre. All right, well, let's decide what we're going to talk about. Not you Xing.
Huh?
We've got to keep the people entertained while the children testify.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this could be a hot minute. This could be a hot minute.
So got to decide what we're going to talk about here. We could play voicemails, but
wow, what a grifter.
Maybe I need to reduce
the grift. Queen of the grift. Oh, I can give a family hug right now.
I think that
Welcome,
if
Sleepless Sleuth. Aw, family hug. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
I think that if Idiot Wind is still out there, you're sure she didn't leave a voicemail, right?
She's on a very different time zone. Very, very different. So, like, she usually dips in, like, later in the day. Or maybe she's early. I don't know.
I think we should I wish you could remember some good member voicemails, and we could play a couple of those just so people can see how entertaining it is.
Oh, really? Okay. See what I can find.
But you gotta, like, find a good one because you could play, what was his name? The guy that was having some drinks.
Grin for me.
Yeah. Jay is tweeting today. Maybe Jay's home. We could have Jay on.
If Jay's home.
His tweets are very
Ambiguous.
ambiguous.
Yeah.
He seems to well, I'm not gonna speak for Jay. Not gonna speak for Jay.
Okay. Do you want me to excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon my cough.
Talk about Becky Hill being arrested.
Oh, yeah.
Who's that?
That's the clerk, Murdoch clerk.
Oh, she was arrested?
She got nailed with some felonies. Let's
What?
see. Yes, indeed.
What felonies?
I'm about to pull it up. So perjury is one of them. That I know.
Afton just sent a voicemail. I forgot to put my name on it though.
All right, let's see what they got here.
Perjury, everyone's saying perjury, perjury, perjury.
Yeah, I just said that. That
3
I know.
felony
Like, I think,
charges.
phew, says that Becky Hill, the former Colleton County clerk of court, was arrested Wednesday, according to state records. The records state that she has been booked on 3 felony arrest warrants. As of 9 a.m. Wednesday, it's not clear what the warrants entailed.
That's suspicious.
Hill was the Colleton County clerk of court during Alex Murdaugh's double murder trial. She's been accused of allowing a photo of Murdaugh in the holding cell to be taken to promote her book on the trial, giving herself bonuses and using county money to buy. Oh, and I had a pop up. How rude. Using county money to buy dozens of lunches for her staff, prosecutors, and a vendor. Hill also reportedly struck a deal with a documentary maker to use the county courtroom in exchange for promoting her book on the trial, which she later admitted had plagiarized passages, according to the South Carolina Ethics Commission's complaint.
Wow.
So in December of 2024, Murdaugh filed a motion to appeal his convictions and sentences based on allegations of jury tampering. In the lengthy 132-page filing, Murdaugh's lawyers argue that former Colleton County Clerk of Court Becky Hill influenced one or more jurors to find Murdaugh guilty. They argue that Hill was seeking a conviction to drive sales of a book she planned to write about the trial. Additionally, the filing alleges that during the Murdaugh trial, the court erred in allowing the jury to hear arguments regarding the former lawyer's financial crimes. The two-pronged argument laid the basis for Murdaugh's lawyers to allege he didn't receive a fair trial. Then in mid-April, South Carolina Supreme Court granted the 120-day extension of time to South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson's office to respond to Murdaugh's appeal. So that particular article did not give us much. Let's see.
Oh, this says that there was Pokemon says her forced retirement presser is hilarious.
Let's see.
So is Murdaugh getting a new trial? As
I just read that the appeal, the AG got an extra 120 days back in mid-April to respond. to the
Oh, so
brief.
we don't know yet.
We don't know yet. I mean, I hate to say it.
What'll help with the do-over was the allegations that she said something to the jurors.
Yeah.
I mean, all this other stuff. Fierce Like Frida says, Fitz News is a great resource for the Becky Hill info.
Fitz News is great. I'm homies with Jennifer over there. Let me see.
I think I'm one of the only people in the world that just does not think that Murdoch murdered his family.
What? You are.
You don't think he personally did it.
It's the same thing.
That's the state. That is not the evidence.
Someone to kill my family, it's the exact same thing as me pulling the trigger. So
Agreed.
I'm
not
not
the theory
making that.
presented at the trial.
I understand
Not an
that.
option.
I understand that.
So I don't think he was guilty of the crimes that they said he committed in the manner they say he committed them.
Let me see. I'm trying to find clerk. Maybe I have to put that in. What the heck?
Well, there's a lot of people that actually agree. I thought everybody thought Murdoch was guilty.
I mean, we all agree he's a giant piece of shit. That's for sure.
ATS News thinks he hired somebody.
What?
Deanna thinks he pulled.
I mean, I was saying that during the trial. Like, I think that he hired two bozos to do it. Okay.
I mean, I
here.
think he really loved his family. I don't know.
I don't know. Dude,
that's a kill yourself scenario. If you're just
spiraling,
then kill yourself.
Yeah. Let's see.
I don't know.
Jury in Alec Murdaugh's double murder trial is resigning, effective immediately. Our Nick Neville covered that trial and joins us live outside the Colleton County Courthouse this afternoon. Nick, what's the latest?
Hey, Intisar. So Becky Hill says that she made this decision after much reflection. Yeah. We should note she's currently under a pair of state investigations, but her attorney, Justin Bamberg, says this announcement today does not have to do with any new development in those investigations.
Not at all.
Becky Hill rose to prominence during that high-profile murder trial last year.
Is that her?
That was a shit clip. That's what that was. I just want to see her little speechy poo.
There we go.
Okay, here we go.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Justin Bamberg. Myself, along with Will Lewis.
No one gives a shit, Justin.
Make it bigger. And then I would love to watch some part of Diddy.
It has been my honor and pleasure to serve as your Colleton County Clerk of Court over these past 4 years. The clerk's office has provided many services to the citizens of Colleton County.
Wow.
The Colleton County Clerk's Office is proud of our services and the significant impacts we have made in the history of South Carolina. Here at the Colleton County Courthouse, you will find a full-service passport office with certified agents ready to help you.
What?
As well as notary
woman
services
is living in La La
filing
Land.
that has streamlined our civil processes.
She's still
Another
so proud of
significant
herself.
impact in our clerk's office was in 2023 when we had to manage one of the biggest trials in South Carolina history.
Oh, yeah,
Our small town came together and made everyone proud. Managing a trial is such importance to the people of South Carolina, as well as of the national and international media, interest, and public scrutiny, and has caused me to reflect upon decisions
Reflection
involving
time.
my stay in the office of the Clerk of Court.
Oh.
And so after much reflection, I have decided that it is best not to run again for re-election. I will now be able to focus on being a wife, a mother, and grandmother to my 2 grandboys, and will be spending time with the people who mean the most to me. With the upcoming election, I wanted to ensure that I provided ample time for other Republican candidates who may be interested in pursuing this position. I want to publicly thank all of the citizens of Colleton County who voted for me,
And I've
who
done
have supported me, and who have stood by me. I also want to take just a moment to extend heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of a very, very kind, professional educator here in Colleton County who has departed this life and gone on to the other life that she has. And that is the family of Debbie Price.
Oh
And so
my
today I just want
God.
to take a few
Becky,
seconds
look at her butt.
of silence just to remember
Oh
her
my
and her
God.
family.
Becky, look at her
Big
Well,
plane flying over.
right during your moment of
I
silence.
also want to thank my amazing staff who work in the Clerk of Court's office for the wonderful job that they have done and that they will continue to do.
Wow.
We are fortunate to have strong leadership within our office, and I am proud to say that our clerk's office will seamlessly move forward. I look forward to all of the future holds and will fondly remember the true amazing friendships that I have made while serving the incredible people of Colleton County. And so, as we fix our eyes forward, I would like to announce also that my resignation as Clerk of Court will be effective immediately. Thank you.
Wow, she says it all with a smile.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do have in my hand a signed copy of Ms. Hill's
Resignation letter.
official resignation. That will be forwarded to the governor's office, Governor Henry Masters' office later today. I've served in the South Carolina State House for over a decade now. When we run as elected officials in this state, we run publicly. Our lives become public. We serve publicly. And it's only fitting, and I respect Ms. Hill very much, that the conclusion of her service also happens publicly.
What a joke. This woman.
I'll be taking a couple of questions, but I do want to say one thing because I know that there are speculation and rumors.
Why
Having lived in small town South Carolina my entire life, I can see where people's minds may run after an announcement such as this. So let me be extremely clear.
I'm not going to really.
Today is not in response whatsoever to anything going on with any investigation or anything of that nature.
I mean, dude.
And I'm going to say that one more time.
Say it again, just
today,
to drill it in.
Not in response to any new development of some investigation or anything like that.
Has anyone ever told him how when you do that, all people hear is this is
still another
precisely in
week,
response to
available for filing for the Clerk of Court's office, and it is what it is.
Why this guy pitches thing to this? Like
the
just lost
people of
credibility in
Colleton
the
County
entire
would be the ones who get distracted to a certain degree because there are a number of candidates running for Clerk of Court. Those candidates have different things different platforms that they want to campaign on. And it would be inevitable that if Becky was still serving while those candidates were campaigning, every time they mention something, every time there's an article, every time there's a forum and candidates are discussing the future that they seek to create for the courthouse behind us, there'll be a degree of a cloud over that because it'll be talking about the sitting clerk, etc. So this decision was made wholeheartedly by Ms. Hill for the benefit.
She said she reflected on some of her decisions.
We will not address any investigation stuff, whether it be SLED or state ethics.
And why
or
are you
like
taking
that.
questions? It's the only thing anyone wants to know.
I know it's tough. I can see some of the faces out there. No questions about any of that. If you do ask, I'm gonna
move on.
Dodge it because we're not going to comment on that. We're not going to detract from the positive nature of today, the bittersweet
positive nature of today.
With that. So with that said, I would like to acknowledge behind us faithful members of the Clerk of Court's office. These are dedicated employees to the people.
Sorry, Mandy.
Of Colleton
She
County.
turns around and does this.
And we want to thank them for everything that they have been doing, everything that they will
What's the
continue to
pioneer
do,
woman, Mandy?
so that we
Oh,
can
just
continue to
saying
make
that.
Carlton County as great
Pioneer woman.
as it is.
Come on,
so with that
babe.
said, happy
I
to take
got
any
yeah.
questions.
Keep drinking my tea.
Justin, obviously, we haven't talked to you guys since January. Justice Toll said what she said during that hearing up in Oregon. Just wondering your response to that publicly.
I mean, we respect Justice Toll, and she is a longtime jurist in this state. I don't think you'll find any lawyer that doesn't respect her, and we respect her decision in court. We respect her review of things and the comments that she made. She is former Chief Justice Toll.
My Lord.
So at present, with the resignation of Ms. Hill, the deputy clerk will step in immediately to
Let's
effectively
put up her
run the clerk's
mugshot.
office.
Char
And we anticipate
says,
that at some
wait,
point in the
said it.
immediate
Where is
future,
it?
Governor McMaster may appoint a formal clerk of court
Somebody just said it.
to step in and actually
truly.
be formally in charge. But for right now, and that's one thing.
Good news, babe.
Took some
I'm done
time
with
lining
this guy.
everything up to make sure
You're done with this guy.
that with this decision, the clerk's office could continue to run.
We do not want to overshadow all the positive nature of this announcement. And someone needs to tell the guy, as soon as you say the words, I'm going to make it abundantly clear. This has nothing to do with, no one hears the word nothing. And it says this has everything to do with. When you repeat it again, then it's like, I mean, literally everything to do.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Yeah. Is that Ferris Bueller? What? No. What? Who is that?
I was looking at one of my shorts.
No, the clip. Looking at one of he's just making himself laugh over there.
I was laughing because I forgot to plug in my mic on that particular short.
Yeah. Billy
It's
Madison.
funny. It's pretty funny. Pretty.
All right, so we want you to put up her.
Pretty good.
We want you to pull up her. My brain. What is it, guys?
What? Oh my God! Make words.
Oh God. On Fit News posted her mugshot. My God.
Oh, okay.
Lord. Mugshot, thanks.
No, I bet you it looks like her.
Oh my goodness. Brain fog is real. Perimenopause brain fog. This could be like, I don't know.
Okay, you guys excited to see this? It's exciting. It's exciting. Okay, can I get a drum roll, please? It's exciting shit. There we go.
Oh man.
Oh man. There it is.
Look, she really kept her face not quite smiling. She tried to hold her head up high. That's all I'm saying. Tried.
So it says Fit News has a pretty good write-up. She surrendered herself to agents at approximately 7:30 a.m. Wednesday morning today. She was subsequently booked at the Colleton County Detention Center, same facility which held Murdaugh during his internationally watched trial in early of 2023.
I'd agree. It's as closest to a glamour shot a mugshot can be.
Yeah, Hill is facing an obstruction of justice charge and 2 misconduct in office charges in Colleton County.
They want you to show her face while you read, not the words. They still want to see her face.
Well, but when I show her face, I can't see that
I
part of the
thought you
article
could
anymore.
see the screen though. So, all right.
Well, what I'm saying is this part of the article right here where my little cursor is.
I know, but I thought you were looking at it on a different
if I
screen.
put her face up, I no longer can see that portion of the screen.
I didn't know you were reading it from that.
Yeah, that's where I'm reading it from. So additional charges, including a rumored perjury rap, are expected to be filed in Richland County later today. In fact, a hold was placed on Hill by SLED.
Wait, what's later today?
It says additional charges, including a rumored perjury rap, are expected to be filed in Richland County later today. So we've heard about the perjury shit. So she's got. This is a developing story. Check back for update. Oh, disgraced former clerk of court arrested.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. She in the shit. That's what's going on now. Oh, that's what's going on now.
Hey, there's your face.
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
I told you I was looking through some of the shorts.
All right, well.
Oh, here's one of the things I wanted to start doing. You guys follow our channel at all, you know that I love Judge Fleischer. He's so good. He's so good. I want to start doing like one day a week, like after the trial, obviously, but
We can't hear it, Bay.
What?
Nope. Are you sharing it through the interwebs?
Oh, hold on. Maybe. It might be. Let me see. Let me stop the screen. I'll present it again. Share the screen. You should be able to hear it now.
Yeah, I can see OnlyFan.
The sun, yeah, we're keeping it. I think both kids are testifying. This is going to be a hot minute. All right, let me see. I'll start.
Yeah, we should put up the banner.
So this is Judge Fleischer. Throw a banner up.
Okay.
Let's see. Do you know how to do the banner?
Yes.
Okay.
Dispatched to a possession of marijuana investigation at 100 Hollows Tree Lane in Harris County, Texas. Officer was informed defendant crossed an unauthorized crossing point from convenience store to apartment complex. Officer observed strong odor of marijuana.
Wait. He did what?
Says he crossed an unauthorized crossing point. So I guess he crossed the street.
Is he jaywalking?
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. And then
walking while black.
And it says the officer observed a strong odor of marijuana, and he was informed that the defendant had begun to walk backwards upon being asked about marijuana by another officer. A PC search was conducted, and the officer observed a large sack of marijuana.
I don't think so.
No.
Black. I don't think so.
Bullshit.
No probable
calling
cause.
bullshit.
Mr. Blake, be careful, man. You know, the world is against you. Don't let him be. Do something with your life. You know what I mean? The more you just, come on, man.
Dude's
knowledge.
Dispatched to a possession of marijuana investigation at 100 Hollows Tree.
I love that. I love him.
Yeah.
He does that shit all the time.
The world is against you. Don't let them be.
Oh, so walking while black?
Walking while black?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Not today.
Not in my courtroom, sucker.
Today.
He never wears a robe. Never wears a robe.
But, Bob, he is wearing
bow tie, yeah.
a bow tie. That
He's the one exclusionary
rule.
Yeah, he's the one exception to my
and Malcolm X.
bow tie rule.
Pretty sure I've seen Malcolm X wear a bow tie.
I think so. I think when he was young, he used to wear like a skinny tie. I think when he got older, he started like when he went straight Muslim, like full blown Muslim, he was wearing bow ties. Let's see. Do I have any other good shorts?
Oh yeah, most of these pictures he's wearing a full tie. Am I making it up? Maybe he didn't wear the bow tie. I thought somebody.
You might be thinking of the
Black
Denzel
Civil Rights.
Washington movie. Let's see.
Maybe it wasn't Malcolm X. None of these pictures he has on a bow tie. Who am I thinking of?
Okay, let's see. Yeah, our shorts do not get enough views. You guys should be watching the shorts more. It's giving Cameron a complex. Damn it. I think I have to take a Zyrtec. All right, wait,
Take a Zyrtec.
You know what I'm looking for?
What? Because I
looking
don't like seeing all those pictures of my face. It's like,
What are you talking? Look at you. You look like a smoke show right there.
Stop.
Smoke show. Let me see. I'm trying to find one of my Luigi ones because they're so funny. I love them. I love them.
Hey, is there any part like highlights from the Diddy trial?
No.
Let's see what Jay's
There's no cameras in there.
Jay's saying. Everybody wants to know what Jay's saying.
About what?
Right there. Go up. I just
Where?
saw his face right there.
Gun reform is a different issue. And we've got issues that no other country on the planet has, where our kids have to be in constant fear. Like the thought that my kid ever has to think about the potential of being shot while she's at school is obscene to me. Obscene. I get why people are upset about this verdict, but it had to happen.
This is the mother of a
Jay wasn't even on there.
school
Turn that off.
shooter who is
Nobody
being
wants to see that.
charged
Oh,
with
God.
murder of the victims based on her failure to protect them from her child.
They bought him a gun, right? So go to school. Oh shit, this is a problem. We just got him a gun. I see this piece of paper where like he's shooting people and he can't stop the voice in his head. Hey, FYI school, we just bought him a gun. We're getting him the hell out of here.
It's one of those things where the kid was failed, and the people that I hold most responsible more than the school are Jennifer and James Crumley, because it's their responsibility. Gun reform is a different issue, and we've got issues that no other country on the planet has. That was the short.
Okay.
All right, let's see. Let me try to find. Oh, wait, here. Mangione.
Is there like a real is Diddy federal court? Huh?
Oh, you're
Babe?
good.
Is Diddy federal court?
You can see my yes.
Oh,
yes,
so there is no camera.
There's no cameras, dude. There's no updates and there's no video. There's nothing. There's people walking out of court. Like Joel from STS is covering it. And I think he's in the courtroom, so he's giving like kind of like updates. You know, and then he'll follow people around when they're coming out.
Thanks, chat.
All right, this is here's my Luigi update.
Hey, everybody, it's me, Baba Mada from the Defense Diaries. Hey, I got the Luigi Mangione update for you all. So, Luigi, you're wherever the extradition up in Pennsylvania, and they bring him down to New York, the Big Apple. Except they have him in a protective motorcade so that nobody can free him on the way down. He gets to the courthouse, and he's walking with all the men with the big guns behind them, and the federal agents step up to him and say, hey, Mr. Luigi, we got a surprise for you. Hey, here you go. He's charged. He's charged with 4 more counts. He's got 2 counts of stalking, 1 count of red rum, and 1 count of weapons charges.
Mocking your entire
Go in
people.
the federal courts today around 2 o'clock, and make sure that you keep it here. We'll keep you updated with all the Luigi Mangione news.
This from a guy who thought Mario Brothers was offensive. So I
am Italian.
Right, but that is mocking your own.
That's exactly what Italian guys sound like. What
yeah, boy.
Gen the engine. That's what old Italians sound like. We'll have to bring you. I'll do a live from one of my like family parties. It's very loud.
Yeah, no. There's not
very loud.
There is not one person with an Italian.
We have like the loudest house.
I know, but your family's been here for generations. There's not anybody who has an Italian accent.
Hey, my great grandfather sounded exactly like that's actually me doing my great grandfather. So
I know he used to sop up with the sauce.
No, that was my grandpa.
Oh,
for you.
My great grandfather was on the boat. Leonard. He came over on the boat. All right, let's see what we got here. Just trying to kill some time, kids. Let's see. So Kevin, thank you. If they charge those parents, they needed to charge some of the school officials with something too.
Agreed.
Agreed, but it's way harder because governmental
what are
immunity.
these sound clips, man?
I don't know. Mandy's like poorly timed sound effects. I couldn't even hear it because it was like battling me talking.
Eric says some lawyers suggested Brian Higgins and who's MP?
Michael Proctor.
Oh, duh. Geez. Could take the fifth. Some are saying they can't since they testified prior. Who determines what's the process to determine?
What are they taking the fifth for? I mean,
they've testified about it before.
Yeah, but like, what are they taking the like? Being a
so,
shitty cop isn't criminal.
But if they take the fifth, they become like unavailable, and their prior testimony would be able to get in.
Yeah.
So I think that's sort of what maybe lawyers are saying. It's like they can't take the fifth, but they kind of can.
Okay, so you're saying like whatever lawyer's saying that they think that that it's a good idea for
No.
Hank Brennan
I think
to
all they're
have-
saying is legally whether they're entitled to take it or they're not whether they should or would or you know
Okay,
what I
but
mean?
you know what taking the fifth means? It means that you're not willing to incriminate yourself. What did Brian Higgins do that can be proven
Well, that can be
that he would
proven.
need to take the fifth for?
Well, because he'd have to lie. So if he's going to take the fifth so as to not perjure himself.
He's already testified.
Well, that's what my lord.
No one's taking the fifth. I don't like that's.
I know, but I think
that
that
reminds me of like the
question,
Richard Allen's taking a plea shit that everybody kept puking out.
babe. I think
not
Eric's
happening.
question was more of a legal question, not whether they will or should or might, whether legally they could. And I think that I answered that to the best that I can, as far as because I had it happen in. You know what? I take it back. I think the guy claimed he had no memory.
All I'm trying to say is if that was even a possibility, that would have been orchestrated by Hank Brennan, and I don't know how you think that looks for your case, Hank, but be a bad idea. It would be a really bad idea. Because the only cops I've ever seen, Reynaldo Guevara, the guy who put 53 innocent men in prison and one woman on murder beefs that they did not commit, absolutely did not commit. 46 of them have been exonerated. He got on the stand and took the fifth like 50 times in one hearing, you know, like asking him questions, direct questions about whether he had done, like, I don't, in my estimation, I'd be shocked if that happened because
again,
even though you're right, you know, people take a certain thing from that. There's a takeaway from taking the fifth, and that's that you have something that would incriminate you if you testify to it. I can't see that being a strategy at all. It seems like a ridiculously bad strategy for the Commonwealth.
Again, I keep saying that's not the question he's asking.
But it's a fuller analysis. I can read the question, Bay. I can see what the question is. I'm trying to poo-poo it, like, because it's like it's not happening. Like Proctor's not going to be taking the fifth. Like Brian Higgins wouldn't take the fifth. All they'll get up there and do is do the same
They'd
thing.
lose their jobs.
Huh?
They'd lose their jobs because
wait, Proctor lost his job already.
Well, Higgins would lose his.
Probably. Yeah, I mean,
once a cop takes the fifth, he's dead.
Amanda, that could have been their union rep lawyer. You know, I mean, these guys are, I think at that point, yeah, I agree. They should all lose their jobs. You know, going on a military base and destroying a phone is super fucking sus, man. But yet it's not criminal, you know. I mean, there's no, certainly sus, but it's not. Yeah, they'll just keep lying. I mean, that's all they'll do. I mean,
Kale said she's crying. Love you, family hug. Give her one back.
Yeah,
give her one back.
Oh, family hug.
I thought you were going to do it in your Italian accent since I
Oh, what?
Eric got a 2 of 2.
Allie's shaming me.
If they take the fifth, how does the defense get in the stuff about MP and BH prior testimony? Another witness? Would it limit Bowden, third-party defense? So I think Bob answered that because they're not going to take the fifth, but they could get in their prior testimony if they did take the fifth. Even though we don't think it's going to happen, and I don't think it would limit anything because they covered a lot of stuff in that prior testimony. All right.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, it's just like do people? I think the only circumstance in which, like Proctor, I mean, it's such a. It would be a death knell, like an absolute death knell for the Commonwealth's case if those two guys took the fifth. It would be It would be insane.
Well, someone just
maybe. All right, so I'm going to retract my statement. Maybe in lieu of Proctor getting on the stand and just admitting to all kinds of shit just to screw the Commonwealth over.
No, I think
Maybe he gets up there and takes the fifth because it would have the same effect.
I can't find the comment someone made that was an actual crime for Higgins. I'm trying to find it. It was that he used federal resources, for his own personal use to extract his phone. Somebody put that up there.
It's ironic, isn't it, Meg?
I mean, I still let him
Don't
get
even say it. Don't even say it.
Saying.
It's like who would hate a family hug? I don't even understand those words.
Oh, there, Sleuthy said it too, but someone else had said it before that. Well, sorry, whoever that is, I can't find it. But yeah, that did expose him to an actual crime that he used federal resources to.
Yet he wasn't charged with anything. And the testimony came out, right?
Yeah, I think he should have been though.
Yet he wasn't. Sheeb said she sent a photo of the Albert's backyard. Were you able to see it? Where'd you send it, Sheebs? In the email? She gone. All right, let me keep an eye. See what's going on. Let's see if we still got it. Yeah, it's still OnlyFan. Yeah, this could what they're probably this is probably going to turn into both kids testify, and then in a nightmare scenario, Bev will take the morning break. So it'll be 11 o'clock before we get any kind of actual we sitting here will get any kind of actual court action.
Cassie is still on the stand. I had to do this video because
okay, wait. I'll pull up it's still OnlyFan, y'all. It's OnlyFan. That's a weird update. I don't like that banner Allie made. It's confusing. Let me see. It's like no read stream makes it seem like let me see. I want to make another banner. Okay. Minors are testifying. Stream will. Okay. Trial stream will resume when they are off the stand. That's a good one. That's a good one. Boop. I like that. Okay, so yeah, our girl Lauren Conlon is covering Diddy as well. It's so weird to me. I mean, Diddy was such a huge megastar, and the fact that his trial's going on, it's just getting very little publicity. It's because they're not streaming it. It's weird. Because that trial, that would have been a real conflict.
Ay. Another thing connected to my card. We've been getting rejected.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Ay.
Ay. All right, so let's see. Lauren's posted some updates.
All right, I better put this up here because people are starting to sweat.
Okay, so this is a good one here. This is a good one. All right, share screen. Okay. Okay, hold on.
Minute break. Cassie is still on the stand. I had to do this video because it's getting crazy. I mean, the talk of baby oil, and I'm not even trying to be funny, the talk of baby oil got to a point where they had to have a sidebar. Thank goodness Tenny Garagos objected, because at one point, Emily Johnson, doing a great job as the prosecutor, she's questioning Cassie, and she probably questioned her for about 10 minutes about baby oil. And it got to the point where Cassie had to tell us that she Sean Combs made her get into a blow up pool of baby oil and Astroglide with all of her clothes on. And then we had to hear about how many bottles of baby oil they went through during a freak off, which, by the way, was 10. And she described they were the big size bottles. I mean, there's so much more. I didn't bring my notepad out, but I mean, a lot of us are wondering, what does this have to do with anything? Are they just trying to corroborate the freak offs when other witnesses come on the stand and talk about this baby oil and Astroglide? It's really
weird,
strange. And I'm just gonna say it. I know that it's day 2. I understand it's day 2, but I'm wondering when we are going to hear more about his criminal enterprise, about the sex trafficking, the transportation across state lines. Because
That's
right
weird.
now, Cassie is giving really, really tragic testimony, and I feel awful for her. This is horrible. But it definitely is. It's seeming to me so far, it's day 2. It's just seeming like it is a lot of domestic violence, a lot of assaults and awfulness. I mean, he treated her horribly. He's a vile man. I'm just trying to figure out when we're going to start really getting into these charges. I mean, right now I'm in the overflow room, and people in the overflow room are kind of like, what's going on? What are we listening to?
They got to
And
establish.
yeah, I mean, at another point, she asked Cassie, why did you continue to participate in these freak offs, or why did you say yes to a freak off? And Cassie actually, under her breath, was like, good question. But she broke down crying on the stands, and it was awful. It was so awful. She she just talked about how much she loved Sean Combs, and how she did these freak offs so she could be with him. And that is just really sad. But I'm gonna go back up. But yeah, I just wanted to give you this update. I was dying. I was like, okay, enough with the baby oil, please.
So that's Lauren Conlon, our homie. Follow her on Twitter or X. She's giving updates. Somebody said that Ashley Banfield's been giving a lot of updates on it too. Yeah, I mean, thing is, there's always going to be different takeaways when it's kind of non-lawyers giving updates. Like, like things that aren't necessarily legally significant will be of greater interest, I think, sometimes to straight up reporters than, like, say, for instance, a lawyer that's in there. But like, Allie, I think you were starting to say that, I mean, they have to.
No, I was actually going to say they're talking about all this, baby oil, just so they can show that was like, how many other hundreds of thousands of bottles, whatever it was, like, I wasn't going to make like a real meaningful comment. I don't even know what to say.
I think it was 1 million bottles of baby oil. I mean, the guy's a freak, and he's a vile piece of shit.
Right,
it's
but
like,
you got to be able to separate the consensual, whether consensual because somebody really wants to be with someone, or, whatever. I mean, some of this is consensual adults. A lot of it is also not,
Well, so I mean, how does that testimony, if she says that the reason that she did it was because she wanted to be with him?
Yeah, but she was abused a lot, and I don't know her age, so, uh, like, being in a cycle of abuse when you love someone doesn't excuse the abuse, but that's different than, like, um I mean, I don't know enough of the facts, I don't be, like, speaking out of school, but I'm just thinking about that's different than when they're engaging in sexual acts that those might technically be consensual, but I think, again, like, I don't know, she was 19 when she met him, so
Yeah. I don't know. It's a weird, disturbing trial. Like they all are. They're all weird and disturbing. Every single one of them.
right, and that's so what Lauren was saying is, like, we need to get to the RICO facts, you know?
Yeah. I mean, well, that's where you're getting the serious time, federally speaking, is when you get into the RICO. And like I have to be honest, like we read all the charging documents, and the RICO stuff wasn't super evident to me in the charging documents.
Well, I think
I
it's
mean,
once
it
they
was
get
like
to li
some
all the people that were involved, like, they're gonna get to that at some point. People involved with drugging people, I mean, there were underage people and girls involved too, right? These weren't all adults, right?
I mean, there's allegations that there were definitely underage kids,
Right,
you
and there are
know.
all these scumbags at the parties, that you can't just close your eyes the fact that somebody appears to be, drugged.
Yeah, that's true. Nanov too. It's too young to know, you know.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I don't like the DV stuff is slam dunks.
But
Rico is different. The
yeah, but
Rico's
he can't be charged with DV in federal court.
I understand. I know that. It's like the Rico's tough. Rico's tough. Tough cases.
Julie Frew says Joel was reporting on this yesterday that it's not easy to get to the RICO from what's been testified so far.
Yeah. I mean, the Rico's just in general, Rico's tough. I mean, it's racketeering, and you've got to be able to really establish that.
What did Justin Bieber do? She
Yeah, I
was
mean, because
escaping the
it's
hotel
tougher
because she
for
had her
a
phone.
case against Diddy because there's obviously we can see and hear the legitimate parts of his business because the
Oh,
guy makes records and
yeah, so Polly's saying
deuces and
that she was also physically, forced to do some of these freak offs. So, like in the one video that we've seen of him beating her and dragging her back to the hotel, like he made her do a freak off anyway. Um, so yeah, but
yeah.
there was another comment I was about to put up. Now I forget where it went. Uh Oh, fierce like Frida says, "Will Justin Bieber testify?" I really clearly know nothing about these charges. What did Justin Bieber do? He used to go to all the whiteout parties or
I don't know. I don't know. I'm like slightly above you in terms of the inner workings of that case. That's where we were trying to get Cameron to cover it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
we
Like
gave her this, we tasked her with this, but
we tasked
since
her
it's
with
not
it.
easy, she'd have to go to
New
she's gotta go
York.
to a courtroom, figure it out. I guess she
We-
could watch everybody's tweets and
Yeah, but then again, unless you've got like lawyers talking about it,
yeah, deja vu, that comes into play. I'm just talking about just a domestic violence charge in and of itself. Taking someone across state lines to force them into a sexual act, that is a federal offense. So where were they? Were they out of state when that happened? But the question becomes, did he take her across state lines for that purpose? Um, Pop culture with Cam. Yes, we do, Mandy. Yes, we do. Paging Cameron Mata.
Yeah, she's sleeping.
Usher had to be taken to the ER after dealing with Diddy when he was a teenager. Ooh, what? Was he? Usher was assaulted. SA when he was a teenager. Oh, is that true?
Hmm.
Oh.
Sean just sent me a link.
And that Justin Bieber, strong suspicion, Tay says Justin Bieber was abused by him.
PDF Diddy versus Jones sexual
Usher
assault.
was. All right. Oh. He sent Bieber to the hospital too? Or wait, sent Bieber to him. Shar says a lot of this is suspicion and hearsay. Well, these guys need to be, if Usher or Bieber were victimized, they need to be able to stand up and speak to that. I know none of us can tell a victim when they're ready to speak, but
So this article has some pretty interesting information. It says that Cassie testified against the music mogul as the prosecution's star witness in the federal sex traffic case against him. The 38-year-old told jurors a harrowing account of her relationship with Combs involving weekly drug-fueled sex parties he orchestrated while Diddy's attorneys pointed to a risque but consensual affair. Cassandra, now fine, says that she took part in her first freak off in LA when she was 22 alongside Combs and a paid male escort. She explained that Combs choreographed every detail from the masquerade mask and platform heels she wore to the lighting and the sex acts performed. Cassie
look,
said,
I'm just. Go ahead. Sorry. Finish the.
Cassie said she initially participated willingly. She wanted to please Combs. Said, I felt disgusting. I felt humiliated, and I didn't have those words together at the time about how horrible I really felt. When a prosecutor asked if there were parts that she enjoyed, she broke into tears, saying she enjoyed the one-on-one time with Combs. It was the only time I could get. She said, I was just enamored by him. We were just having a good time.
So here's my thought on it. And obviously it's different, once you're being forced into, the to participate in the sex acts. But there is a world in which you can be kinky and enjoy, that kind of thing, but also being assaulted and abused and suffering extreme domestic, violence. I'm not saying that that's the case here, I'm just saying, like, if you take your typical, you know, abusive relationship where couples are likely, having sex in their relationship as well, and substitute, sex with kinky, wild sex, you know, I don't know. It's hard. It's really hard.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Yeah, Sean Martin sent me. He said that this complaint, it's a civil complaint. He says he's got it all. It's Rodney Jones versus Combs and various other defendants.
Like, that's awful, Jen. Why the hell are they reading your? How'd they let that happen? Her therapy records. What? Like, was that like you agreed to allow them to do that? I take it, and that was the hard part, or They were doing it whether you were allowing it or not.
Let's see here.
Somebody's 8.5 months pregnant with Diddy's child.
Let's see here. Still on
Oh yeah,
OnlyFans.
like that's different. That's different. You know, like forcing. That's definitely non-consensual. That's that's what I'm saying. Like it's clear that what you described earlier was non-consensual too. I was just saying, ignore her situation. You know, but it's not like, I just don't think what's relevant is that he was controlling every aspect of it, had her put on this clothes or that clothes or wear these heels. It's, yeah, once you're being abused into doing it and making it continue through all that, yeah, that's, sounds horrific. It sounds horrific. I wasn't trying to say that.
So this is what Sean, my buddy Sean Martin, potentially criminal, he sent this over. He said this thing, I think he probably went on, he's probably gone through it over on his show. So it's got a trigger warning here, which is pretty explicit in and of itself. This document contains highly graphic information of a sexual nature, including sexual assault. Additionally, there are graphic images of the aftermath of the shooting, redacted images of SA or sexual intercourse, redacted images of minors, sex workers, and prostitutes, details of sex trafficking, and the illegal distribution of guns and drugs. So there's multiple defendants here, Sean.
Right now, are these, wait, is that a civil case?
Yeah, this is civil, yeah. And it was filed
Last month or 2 months ago.
No, it was 2024.
Oh, 2024.
These are some of the defendants.
Chief of staff. These people all disgust me, the whole lot of them. You just do what anybody says at any time. Like if you're seeing people being drugged, kids coming in, people being pressured, you're disgusting. They should be charged criminally too. They all disgust me. To keep your job, to keep your boss happy, come the fuck on. Yeah, right, Mandy? Well, I don't know. Was she a victim to be in the start? It's so hard to say.
So it says from September of 2022 to November of 2023, Mr. Jones produced 9 songs on Mr. Combs' Love album. Mr. Jones lived with Combs for months at a time, spending holidays, birthdays, and missing major family events. Jones resided at Mr. Combs' residence located in LA, New York, and Miami. He also spent several weeks on a yacht rented by Mr. Combs in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Throughout his time with Mr. Combs, Jones witnessed, experienced, and endured many things that went far beyond his role as a producer on the Love album.
Wait, is he a defendant or a plaintiff? Because he should be a defendant.
Oh my God, I think we're back.
Oh, all right. Hold on.
Thank you.
Wait, Bob. Okay. What do we got here? Update the banner.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
My name is Zachary Clark. My last name is spelled C-L-A-R-K.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a sergeant with the state police, sir.
And how long in total have you worked for the Mass State Police?
Approximately 7 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work?
I currently work for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
In the detective unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long or when did you begin working with the Norfolk County SPDU?
February of 2023.
And you're a sergeant currently within the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you initially joined the Massachusetts State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And can you please describe to the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
Yes. I attended the 83rd RTT, or Recruit Training Troop, with the state police, hosted in New Braintree. It's approximately 6 to 7 months in duration. It included criminal law, criminal procedure, motor vehicle law, defensive tactics, emergency vehicle operations, etc.
Now, when you initially joined the state police, where were you assigned?
I was originally assigned to the State Police Sturbridge Barracks, or C5.
And how long were you at the Sturbridge Barracks at C5?
Approximately 2 years.
And where did you go from there?
From there, I transferred to the Crime Scene Services section in 2020, and I spent 3 years in that unit.
And what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services section?
Upon entry to that unit, troopers assigned are put through an in-house training program hosted by the state police. It's the lion's share of a year.
We have
Begins
seen this
with
guy before,
history
right?
of the study of fingerprints, biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Page asked the same.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The Crime Scene Services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a friend.
Hey, I missed it. What date was this?
I thought it was the date of. I
Okay.
thought it was the 29th, but
Well, let's see what the chat says. I'll bloop it back, but and some people are saying they don't even see this guy's name on the witness list.
And who do you recall
He'd tell
being
you this,
present
he's not
during
on my
your time
bingo
at the Canton Police Department and during...
What, babe?
he's not on my bingo card. So Mindy's saying 1:30. Ariel's saying February 1st. I mean, you
I was
could
going
just
to say,
look
no
at
way that this was the day of, because then we'd have like another witness to what the taillight looked like. All right. That makes much more sense. I think it was February 1st, but I'm not.
that search warrant execution.
Trooper Proctor was present.
Of course.
There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one.
Sleuthy.
There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
Send me Sleuthy's checklist spreadsheet.
Are y'all checking my spreadsheet? She didn't send it to me. You got to go to her Twitter.
Oh,
It's a living, breathing document.
So,
she's constantly adding, changing, updating.
All right. All right.
She has it pinned. She has it pinned on her Twitter.
Okay. Thanks, Luthi.
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically,
I'd ask this guy one question on cross. I'd say, so I'm sorry, sir, the first time that you saw that vehicle or that taillight was how many ever days later on February 1st, 2020? What are we talking about? 2? I can't even, and then no further questions. I don't know what else he's going to say, but all right, I blooped it back.
Describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning.
yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement.
Well, that's
and then proceeded to document the interior
Why
and its
would he
contents.
document things?
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search
That's
warrant,
weird.
how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Photographed?
Now,
what
kind of instruments
that's
or
weird.
tools do you
That's
use
weird.
typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
Main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We
Take
wear
it back, but
protective
ask this
equipment,
guy a bunch of
namely gloves and a mask, typically,
about what's normal.
often a
procedure.
scale,
This
so that the
guy
images
knows
can be
normal
calibrated to
procedure.
true size upon examination.
Sorry.
We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask, typically, often a scale, so that the
Oh, I
images
love
can be
this guy.
calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape we placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
This guy is a foundational.
I was also
witness.
asked to
Just getting
process the front
hair and the
passenger,
DNA
front
in.
right passenger compartment of the.
I'm kidding. I'm just like, documentation? That's so crazy.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was letting the people in the chat know.
Oh, and I've changed my mind. I would ask this guy all sorts of questions about proper procedure and the taking of pictures and why it's so important, and reusing masks and gloves and rulers and documenting not once but like 5 times.
That's what Bob's asking.
This guy's gold. This guy's gold.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is
What? What in the hell's going on? Karen,
What just happened?
I don't know. I don't know. Wait, this is Boston 25. Should I just pick up there?
I guess.
Let me just see what's going on with Boston 10. Yeah. Looks like they got a green screen.
Wow. Wait, that was from a day ago.
Oh. Oh,
You got
sorry.
to go to their live. What the hell?
Yeah.
Or just go to Long Crime. We'll
Why
get the
not
weird.
Boston 25?
I don't know. That's weird.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation?
Make it bigger.
Okay.
Photographs of a scene.
And when you
significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera.
Boost the
there
sound,
were various
babe.
members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one.
Wait, did we hear this yet?
There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition
think so.
to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
Yeah, no, we did hear that, I think.
I'm aware of at least 3.
Yeah.
Crime Lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as
Yep.
any sort of documentation with
Sorcery.
relation to certain things? And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
I'm going to stay here.
Yes. She marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no 2 individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Never heard about this.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first.
Document
and
again?
then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions.
For some
more
reason,
likely
when
to
this
yield
guy
impressions
talks, it doesn't
than
annoy
porous
me as
surfaces,
much.
which is
Even
for
him looking at the
impressions.
jury.
Glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white
true.
fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of
Wait,
value
some
were
people.
determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, what is?
I
can
don't
you
know
explain to
about
the jury a little more, expound
science
upon
of
what
this
that means?
ridge pattern thing he's
Analysts are
talking about.
trained to
though.
determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Oh, well, thanks.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Of course there weren't.
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a
Agreed.
scene.
Very
And when
monotone.
you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snow banks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would
Mandy, can we cover that?
re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
Yeah, for sure.
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police
Reconstruction trooper.
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of
But they're not going to call Trooper Paul,
which was activated as they performed some tests.
Wow. So this is they're not going to call Trooper Paul guy and just get Trooper Paul's shit in through Zachary Clark. Let's not call all the idiots that we called last time to say stupid shit that wasn't right. Well, I hope they resolve some of the issues with what those tests really are, because the first time around they made it seem like he was testing shit he wasn't testing.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
The defense can still call him. I don't know if they will or not.
You recognize that?
And I can't tell you for sure, but it seems to me
This
like
is the crime scene photos.
an intro to
what's
not
contained on
calling
that
people
disc, is
Paul.
that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
It's about the kids, I'm assuming. Thanks, KB.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
Wow, it's Yannetti.
I haven't seen that particular disc, we have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
Oh, that'll come in.
All right, Yanetti's doing the cross.
Exhibit 133.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
I think it's up as loud as it goes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness
Yes.
just briefly?
Let me see.
Sir, I'm presenting you with 3 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those 3 photographs?
Oh boy.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those 3 photographs in general?
I would describe these as a mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
Your Honor,
That's
separately,
off.
may I almost seek to introduce and
That's
admit
on.
the next 3 exhibits?
All right,
Are-
I'd like to do it as one exhibit,
ABC?
please. Yes.
Let me know if everyone thinks the sound's too low. I can switch to. I'm just going to get Long Crime booted up here, and so I can do a seamless switch.
Exhibits 134A through 134C.
Thank you.
Wow, we're about to be on cross, by the way, guys.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above.
All right, guys, I'm going to switch. Sound.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
All right, how much
That's correct.
do I need?
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of?
Here? Is this where we want to be, people? Let me come in here and look at the chat. Okay, so I think this is where we're going to be. Tell me if I'm wrong.
And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading.
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617.
Thanks, guys. Hopefully the sound's better.
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618.
I think so, Marcy.
And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow, it was quick. So, guys, did I miss it while we were...
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
While I was trying to find the new stream, did they put up the pictures he took when he went out to see what all the snow was and on what day that much snow was there? Did that happen? Did that happen? All right, I'll just keep playing and then I'll read your responses.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022?
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section?
That's correct.
And that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes.
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks are to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
She just
gave
jurors,
one.
pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Why he gets to ask that? All right. Well, we got some bloop bloops, so let's bloop and bloop. All right. See who won. Who won?
Okay, so going back to February 1st of 2022,
that's the date.
you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station?
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say,
Objection.
with this investigation?
Objection.
Wow, that was almost perfectly timed.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Right at the right rear tail light.
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
I'm looking at it.
Thanks a lot.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did
Right.
you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
Wow, he's been trained. He's been taught. They're like, after that debacle with the young kid, kept agreeing he was the lead officer, we're going to make sure these people call him a case agent. Because we all know that typically they would normally refer to him as the lead.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
No, that's important.
Re-approach?
Bullshit,
Go on to
Judge
the next-
Canoni.
The next area, and see if you can come back to the next.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruises?
Sustained injures, I'm going to ask you to strike that question, disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Yeah, you will. That's for damn sure.
Damn Skipples.
Yeah, he needs to be heard, Judge Canoni. Jurors
Oh my God.
out.
Oh my God.
And then we just got OnlyFan.
Oh my God.
All right. Well, the people want to hear all the Twitter X updates.
They do?
Yeah, about the
All right.
niece's testimony.
Okay. Marissa kindly tagged me in that. So Ted says testimony of John O'Keefe's niece is complete and the media restrictions lifted. The prosecution did not call the nephew this time. Niece testified that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe's relationship deteriorated after the New Year's Aruba trip. Quote, I remember him, John O'Keefe, say the relationship was good, but it had run its course. And that's quoted. Also quoted, she was very upset by it. And then another quote, she was yelling louder than JJ. Those were all quotes. She said Karen Reed woke her up at 4:30 a.m. on 129. Quote, the defendant came into my room. She told me my uncle never came home. End quote. And then quote, she was very frantic. She was very frantic. End quote. And then quote, the defendant was asking what could have happened, asking could I have done something, got hit by a plow, end quote. Later that same day at One Meadows.
I don't remember the niece saying she ever said, could I have done something? At that point in time, I didn't think she was asking that. I thought she was asking about the plow. Or about keep going because maybe they crossed her. Let's see.
So this is the cross. So later that same day at One Meadows, quote, Karen Reed, just said to myself and my grandfather that she thought she was living in a nightmare. End quote. And then on cross, niece told David Yannetti that Karen Reed watched her play sports, took her to visit a private school, and then helped her plan her birthday in 2021. David Yannetti, quote, Karen would help you with your school projects, end quote. And then niece, a couple of them, maybe, yeah. So that was all he included there. Let me see if there's any more, if he's got any more on. That looks like that's it.
The 3 jurors who giggled on Friday are giggling again. One of the officers just walked over and stood in front of them. Huh.
The gigglers? Like, what does that mean, giggling? Giggling about what?
They must have told each other a little joke.
I love juror jokes.
Yeah.
They are hilarious.
When you were
Tell you
gone there,
what,
did you get a little morning snack? Did you have some fruit? What'd you do?
No, I cleaned the kitchen. That's what I
Aw.
did. If you
Oh,
must know.
never mind.
You got to put me on blast.
No, you just put me on blast.
Yeah. Well,
Because
no,
I was
you're-
thinking about going up and getting a cutie. You want one?
no, I threw in one of those teeny little egg things, my last frozen egg, whatever quiche.
Big white
Yeah.
spinach thingy.
Yep. I had a cutie this morning. It was not delicious like the last one I had.
Yeah, the one I had yesterday was good.
Yeah, the first one I had was spectacular.
I'm gonna go see if I
Supposedly
can find a
delicious.
spectacular one. Entertain the people.
I mean, cuties are great because they're easy to peel, right? I mean, and they're adorable. They are in fact cute. They're very cute. I'm over the delays in this thing. It's ridiculous. This has been a brutal day. I mean, we've had that we can see. We've had like 15 minutes of court, and it's 11:20 Eastern. That whole yeah, we're on schedule shit. I think we're behind schedule now with the missed day. I mean, let's go. Let's go. Let's get a good witness on. So what did I miss with this guy? Was he just, like I was saying, a foundational guy, a collection guy? Did they move anything into evidence with him? Let me know in the chat. I mean, typically when you get a witness like this and it's a cop, they're just trying to move things into evidence because you got to move it in. It is good to see you, Nettie, again. I miss David. I miss David. It seems like, if we're being honest, he's kind of partnered up with Lally. Like anybody that Lally handles, David's handling. So yeah, cuties are clementines. That is correct. They are clementines. So did they move anything in? A couple of picks. What were the picks of? Were they taillight picks? Were they pick of the hair? The hair pick? Yeah, halos are good. Unetti's grilling them. So I'm assuming that Unetti's proctoring the fuck out of him. I'm assuming, right? Every cop, you're going to hear about Proctor. He's going to sear Proctor into the minds of the jurors. Who is this mysterious? Duh. Where's the logo? Am I missing the logo? Is it behind? They weren't nudes. Thanks, Mike. I mean, they couldn't have been nudes. Proctor didn't find any. We are in the great state of Illinois, Susie Bug, suburbs of Chicago. I hit it. Yeah. I want to see his yard pics, chat. What do you think these two troopers being in that yard? Whose yard pics? Did he have yard pics? Is that what they were doing? Yard pics? I'm trying to figure out when we're going to hang out in real life. What's going on, Marissa? Let's go. We'll do a double date. Once you're all spoken for. Yeah, the yard is very small. You can't tell from the pics they're showing. Cabo was loose on the internet. Oh, Cabo Bob. What? Huh? Huh? Oh, what's up, Cabo? Ah, thanks, Kalen. I just did a pop in. It's kind of like lazing around a little bit, and Will was on and jumped in the chat. Just trying to tell him to send me a link for like 20 minutes. He clearly wasn't looking at the chat. Oh, well, no.
No?
Thank you.
Wait, tell me
Thank
what
you.
to do.
I have a bowl of avocado I propped down there, ready to go. Thank you, though. It was so close, yet so far. So it's good to see you, Cabo. Doing a little pop in. You love when you pop in over here. Did we lose Sleuthy? Always at 10, like clockwork. It's time to make the donuts. She goes over to T's spot. They do what they do over there. It's always good that she's here in the morning, though. I haven't seen Brooklyn in here today. Where is she? Is she in here? Oh, there she is. Hi, Brookie.
You gotta fix that running toilet. It's gonna cost us $100.
He's coming today.
Oh.
I'll let him know. Is that my father saying that?
Yeah.
Well, the lesson should be to never have him try to fix anything. My dad tried to fix the toilet the other day. I went into the bathroom. He tried to kind of warn me that he tried to fix the toilet. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, number one, you are not a handyman. And number two, you can like, I don't know how you like were trying to fix the toilet. You're having a hard time ambulating. Yeah. Oh, what? Me? Oh, did I tell this story already? Well, Allie just reminded me of it. So it's living in my brain. And my buddy who came over and fixed it put a new part in there, but it's running. So like the toilet is an ongoing issue. It's an ongoing issue. Oh, I need a floor guy. I'm looking for a floor. Did anybody have a floor guy? Anybody know a Chicago area floor guy? Need some floor work done in the house. There's one in Canton that don't help me. Toilet talk with Bob. Let's talk toilets, kids. Yeah, like the new contraptions that they put in the you used to have like that kind of big bulb float in there. Like they're newfangled now. It's kind of like a new engine. Back in the old days when I was young, I could take a carburetor out and could see what was what in an engine. Now it's like it's true. It's true. I used to. Yeah, Cameron has to be awake in order to come get me. I think she's probably still sleeping.
Oh, Cameron.
Like a little angel. Like a little angel. Oh, Miss Wild, toilet fixer. Yeah, I used to be able to fix them back in the 1900s. Shame on you, Trisha. It was like the 80s. But yeah, they could definitely put a porta potty anywhere. Mandy. That's why they call them portable. Porta potty. Porta potty. Is this a sidebar or did she leave the bench? My God. Short break. Is this the half an hour lunch break or morning break? I'm going to like the jurors have to be irritated as shit. This has been like a slog. Yeah. Me too, Jen. It was like clockwork. That whole vision thing. Like my first day of being 40, I woke up and I was like, shit was a little blurry. I'm like, what? Needed the cheaters. I'm like, what is happening? It's all true. Everything they said. He said, I need to be heard. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like, did they excuse the jury? I wish Allie would get on. She brought me up hot food and now I can't eat it. Unless y'all want me to eat in front of you, but I won't eat anything out of a bowl in front of you. I'll be so bold as to eat like a banana. On occasion, I'll eat some nuts. Anything that's really mouthy. You know. Jury's excused. All right, thank you. That sucks. It is second breakfast. I don't consider I didn't do it. I was off. I was off screen. Somebody actually sent me a Venmo because for the kindness of not eating a mouthy banana on the live, grossing people out, people fainting. Oh, what? Criddles? That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes does he own his own business or does he work for the man? I need a guy who's going to give me a deal. I need a guy. I got a guy. I like to have guys. And guys is not gender specific for me. You need a guy. You need you need a mechanic. You need an HVAC guy. You need Curdles, drop me an email with some contact info. I really need some flooring work done. There's some carpet ripped out. I want to switch it into not necessarily hardwood, but maybe like some version of that. So you gotta have it's best if you have a doctor that you trust. You gotta get it's all about trust. Like going to a mechanic. Luckily, my first cousin's a mechanic, so I trust him. He's not going to tell me my flam shooter's broken. Excuse me. Look, I got bad news. The Johnson rod has gone on your vehicle. That'll be $1,500. I'm like, the Johnson rod? What's that? Sounds important. The flam shooter? Not the flam shooter. Oh, Rosie's overruled. Happy birthday. Aw, happy belated, Rosie. 74 years young. I love it. I love it. Happy birthday. We are so happy that you're here with us. Dave, I'll be 70 in 2 weeks. Chill, Bobby. No shame in that game, brother. No shame in that game. I mean, my dad just turned 80, you know? Does Andrea make mouth noises on her lives? Yeah, like mouth noises are like Allie cannot stand the sound of chewing. Y'all, my dad eating a bowl of cereal. That'll put it right over the edge. The slurping and the crunching, it's a lot. It's a lot, especially if like the TV's not on and it's like the only thing you can hear is senior eating a bowl of cereal. Whew. Wow. It is a lot. It's a lot to handle. Hey, let's see. You need an Arca Wolf guy asking for a friend. It's fair. It's a handsome cat. The slurping. It's brutal. Oh yeah. Like it doesn't bother me as
Hey
much.
there, Karen Reed trial watchers.
God,
You know a
now
lot of
we're
the trials
stuck
we
with
cover.
Oh.
Whoa, what happened?
Yeah, you brought me up a plate of hot food and you're off screen. So my food got cold.
Oh, it's their ad.
All right, I'll be back.
Wait, where are you going? What?
Honey, You just brought me this hot food, which is now cold.
I know, but what did we decide? They switched to lunch, or this is just an ad that they're running?
They're on a break. I don't know. Check
Well-
other channels. Check 10. See if 10's back.
Yeah, let's see if
After
10's
that, they have some issues occasionally. Good old Boston 10. Baston 10.
Oh, let's see.
It is the AM break. She is. How dare her?
No,
We've
look,
had, like-
green still. Boston.
Wow.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Yeah, no, that's not. Boston's not. I don't think it's live.
Wow. What
Go ahead. You can
happened?
go off screen, babe.
Oh, thanks, babe.
Let's see what's happening here. Yeah, Boston 10 is not live. Hmm. All right. All right. Yep. Long Crimer done their commercial. Let me turn the sound back on. There we go. Yeah, they had to do their little commercial for M&M law firm. Could be Mata and Mata. But it's actually Bob's maiden name, Morgan and Morgan. So, well, it does seem like they're possibly not going to call Trooper Paul. I don't know. I mean, maybe the judge has got family at home, and that's it. She's laid a hard and fast rule that, she has a life outside of this courtroom. Everybody does, and 4:00 is it. That's it. That's what you guys are saying. But yeah, I mean, it's very unusual to end trials at 4:00. I mean, I've got a lot of judges who that's it. They're done 5:00, 4:00. Like, if you're in some kind of hearing or something, like cut off. I've never had a trial like that. I mean, we heard yesterday on our live with Andy Baldwin and his partner, Max Wiley, that, the jurors started their deliberations at 5 p.m. They continued to deliberate until 11 p.m., So, yeah, I mean, maybe she's really grumpy about that, her buffer zone issue. Yeah. And your buffer zone's got to be, you can't fucking censor everybody's clothing. I mean, you just can't. They can't encompass saying that Canton is run by corruption or whatever the thing was on the woman's shirt and say that's got something to do with Karen Reed or Turtle Boy, because there is other corruption all over Norfolk. Was it Norfolk? I already forgot what her shirt said. But yeah, they'll have to come back for a couple hours. Norfolk County, run by criminals. Oh, criminals control Norfolk County. Thanks. Sue O'Connell said by accident that they're on a 10-minute break. Oh. Yeah, her buffer zone is becoming quite a spectacle. Got women being forcibly made to remove their clothes and walk to their car in a bra. What an outrage. What kind of crazy bullshit is going on over there? Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to see if she got upset about what happened to that woman. I mean, they can't control people. Have a right to free speech. You can walk into a courthouse with a shirt that says that. Now, maybe it's not appropriate to wear in the courtroom if you're a defendant, but you know, Norfolk County is run by criminals. So I don't know. Or was. How about that? Was at some point. They at least can't deny that. No, they can't. I'm sure the court officers and the staff do work 8 to 4, but I mean, sometimes you got to work overtime. I don't know. It's definitely not a good time. Like when they're deliberating, it's not enough time. They need to be given as much time as they want. And I can't remember what she did during deliberations last time. Chelsea says they broke at 3:30 during deliberations. I thought were they not sequestered? They were allowed to go home during deliberations? Huh. Is that right? Huh? Everyone's saying they wanted to go home. So I guess they were going home. LKB? Who's LKB? The lady in question is doing an interview. Who's LKB, babe?
LKB. I don't know.
Linda Kennedy Baden.
Oh. I know Linda. I don't know her like that.
All right, so I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Oh my God. You're about to see my foot up your ass at sidebar.
Come on, man.
Well, unfortunately, we obviously have no blooping.
No blooping.
This
has been like an excruciatingly sloggy day.
Wait, all the people are different in the front there.
They switched the matrix, switched the people out.
Oh, because the kids were gone.
Yeah, I think John's dad took off probably. Because he was there in the front row.
Well, that's who the older gentleman was.
Yeah.
Oh, so I've never seen him. I don't know why. I just assumed he was over there. I don't know.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Look at Karen's dad. He's just exacerbated. Oh, and not liking the chairs. This guy's got his best suit on. It's like,
I'm curious as to what clips Mandy's acing when she adds new ones in.
Yeah.
Let's do all the things that you want to do.
Let's see.
I think you're gonna have to.
I am your father.
I think we could probably ace this one. I love it, but it's I never find the right times to play it. This is a good clip.
What's your prediction for the fight then? Prediction? Yes, prediction.
Yeah, that can go.
Pain.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't like the way that you're popping off that it can go before you even listen to the whole thing. It's Mr. T.
I know
Rocky
it's Mr.
3.
T.
It's the Italian stallion.
Well, I don't know how it's relevant
What's
in
your
the court of
prediction for
law.
the fight? What? Like when a big cross is coming on?
Yeah, it's too much.
Yeah, I
Too
know.
long.
It's great. Now it's in.
I just used reverse psychology. I loved it and wanted it to stay.
Oh God, you nailed it then. Crushed it.
That might be, I mean, that'd be good, but could that be a strike?
I don't know. I don't know.
What's going on, Nookie?
He's barking at things.
I do my hair toss,
Yeah, we
lick
can
my
teach
lips.
that one.
Baby, how you lying good as hell.
And that one only comes into play when
Jen McCabe's on the stand.
Yes.
Counsel. Rise to the jury. Exhibit II for ID. Thank you.
All right, let's see who won that round.
Yeah, I'm like over the buffer zone bullshit. Oh, it sounds. Did you let the guy out?
Oh, maybe. All right, I'll get him.
Okay.
So order the session, please be seated.
All right, may we have Sergeant Clark, please?
Yeah, proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022,
I was aware of that.
and the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023.
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Yannetti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirection.
Sorry?
No redirection.
Okay. All right. You're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Who are they calling?
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
for just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks
And how long were you at that barracks?
for about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks
And how long were you in Charlton?
for a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
Boring. New members assigned to crimes.
Wait. So Yannetti lost?
What do you mean?
Did he get to ask the questions?
No, I think he pivoted and then ended. I think he asked one question. I didn't hear what the initial question, what the objection was.
It was about Proctor, about Tully, about, things he knew about people who don't work there anymore. If Proctor revealed his association and relationship with the Alberts or the McCabe's.
No, Mindy says no, Allie, he didn't.
He lost, huh? We've never seen this guy before, right?
Good old Evan Brent.
All right, let's go.
Seen undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each
As long
one.
as there's modules,
It
it's
moves
fine
on
reading.
to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments, or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day. If something comes into the lab,
you'd own it.
Or something you need to respond to.
Own it.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
What do you call
Now,
that?
how
owner?
big of an area does that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that day?
either?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Bukhenik, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So,
red solo
once
cups,
an item was excavated, I would be
leaf
alerted.
blowing.
I would come over. I would document the item in its place, and then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow.
Ooh.
So there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was the previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
How does
So
that
items
happen?
of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show.
How does what happen? They reveal themselves?
No, how are some being revealed and then others are under a foot and a half of snow?
Yeah. Very good fucking question.
How?
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 All the excavating.
How?
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 Well, let's
House.
see. House.
House.
So items of interest.
When you're photographing items.
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document and memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out, so I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Here comes the lion.
showing you a disc.
Did I say
You
that?
recognize that?
No.
Yes.
The
What do
crack
you recognize
No.
that to be?
That was.
It's a
Ruth's thing.
disc
Did I
of
say that?
crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc are those are the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave.
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc and those photos is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations.
Lally, your
Yes, it
suit
is.
sleeves are
Your
too
Honor, I'll
long.
seek
You
to
pimp.
introduce the minutes of the next exhibit. And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay.
You need to find caveat for the record, sir.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
So I wore this ridiculous thing for you.
Wait, that's not the one I was trying to highlight. It was her
I
other one.
played it. What, me?
No, I was trying to highlight BK. Wait, where'd it go? Damn it. There's a different comment.
So I'm handing you a
Thought it
series
was
of 7
something
photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
There's something about, did you document? Oh, it was Mal's Forenza. Let's hear about the documentation of the basement of 34 Fairview.
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Why aren't we
Yes, sir.
seeing the photograph of the snow?
No objection.
Maybe they put the photos in already. Those are the earlier ones.
Dang it, Bobby.
People want me to.
Photographs, relative photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, 1 Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752.
Wait, why aren't they telling us what day?
And Trooper, same question. What are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
Hey, so there's no snow there.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So you're looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758.
Boring.
And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759.
I forget what area.
And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769.
Boring.
Numbers.
And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
Oh,
This is the front of the vehicle.
that's where she would have hit.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771.
Boring.
Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
What?
And 2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 was this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can
I
take those
gotta go
down.
figure out what Nook wants.
Boring.
Photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at 1 Meadows Ave. What damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Oh, come on, David. Make this not boring. Make it not boring. Getting that ass, man. Getting that ass. Cross.
Good morning, Cooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at One Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos.
Really? Because
And then
maybe we
submitting
don't
those
have that
photos
report.
to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the
do
lead
have it.
investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
Oh, he agreed. Oh, lead investigator. Watch out. This guy's losing
And-
his job.
With regard
You're
to
fired.
You're fired.
You
other
shit
dates
can,
in
mister.
February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th,
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
What about all the
I have
snow
nothing
that was
further, sir.
there?
Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Oh, come on.
mean, there was no damage to that traverse? None? Not even
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response time.
Wait. What are you people talking about? Shaboog said they fixed the damage. Is she just making stuff up now?
People are speculating that John's car was so clean that it seems sus. Moving on.
All right.
Right for the next witness. This guy bores the shit out of me. Boring.
And who else was
sorry?
Several items that were collected, my response times. And
I get it.
who else was there on scene?
For Pammy.
Up, Schmo.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustain.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Should have asked it the first time, Lally.
Well, didn't he put a picture up of it?
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Scuttlebutt.
Nothing further. Nothing on that.
We don't accept scuttlebutt.
All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Brian Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Brian Gallerani. Nice Italian kid. And
there was a
car repair.
Your Honor, as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19
Oh.
and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Wait. What's happening here? Oh, she's not about to handle a witness. She's just putting something in the evidence.
137.
Wow, baby, got excited.
But they're going to let her talk. You know, we should let the woman talk. She sits here at the table every day.
she's doing the work. Let her make
You shall
words.
swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here, true the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Brian Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective
we?
with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Never know.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek, cells, and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date
I'm
at
a
this point?
swabber.
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Bukhenik.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Bukhenik and Trooper Proctor?
So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
Little
And then
swabbing.
following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the police department and entered it into the evidence locker.
Then I tasted it.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
Wait a minute. When did he do this? So he DNA swabbed Higgins and Proctor?
Hold on, I had to swab people. I did some swabbing.
Is that what he just said?
My assistance.
Hello?
Eh? I don't know.
You don't know?
No. Am I on cross-examination right now?
Come on now, dog.
Does anyone know what
Come on,
time
man.
when he did this?
Need him.
The 16th of January.
Bukhenik, Bukhenik, and Proctor.
So he swabbed.
I mean, just
Bukhenik
bloop it
and
back,
Proctor.
a bloop.
Wait, no, but on January. So they were already like, here, we're going to need your guys' DNA to make sure you didn't take those tail-like pieces to that area. Or is that, is that 2023 after they, all right, let's just keep going.
I mean, Proctor's not that stupid that he wouldn't have worn gloves when he's planting evidence. Come on. Jackoffs.
In conformity with and as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
No, Ann. Put a better witness
I have
on
nothing
for
further.
focus.
Thank you.
Any
There you go.
questions from the defense?
That required zero focus.
Who's
Ann.
that?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Nettie again?
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever
Brian
asked
Higgins?
to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
Like, oh, those guys. Oh, okay.
Next witness for the Commonwealth.
No, that was pretty good.
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
Not pretty good. It's boring.
Cross.
Yeah, but the jury's like, what? What is that? Like, why? What does that
Whatever.
mean?
It's something. Cully's all over this thing.
Cully, who's
Kidding
this
me?
Cully?
Cully's all over it. And where's that short fucking chief who's seeing shit out of his car? The short one. Get his DNA.
Where's the little old guy?
The little old guy that can see really well from his car.
Tell us what the evidence
In the rain.
in the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Oh,
Good afternoon.
you got us one now.
You consider stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up,
Nettie
okay?
seems to be doing the same people as Lolly. That's
Whenever you're
annoying.
ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts
I
State
didn't
Police
mean wear
Crime
like
Laboratory,
that. I meant like
did you
DNA.
receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Dude, her lips aren't smacking. That's all I care about.
Employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
That's the son of
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2, and that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3, and that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
So when I was saying, like, where's Chief Berkowitz, who, yes, has passed, he is deceased. I was just saying, like, where's his DNA? Why don't you take that guy's DNA? But yeah, there's also the Son of Sam killer. That's to make up for that. Okay.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree,
thanks for the
do you
update,
receive
Bailey.
any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
4.
I would say approximately 300.
Oh, damn it.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get
Today's
there,
really
or is there a
dragging
plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I'll also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is
What
there
items
ever any
do you want
input
to
by
test?
whatever law enforcement team or officer?
What? So now the lab tests whatever they want, whether they're asked or not. This is what she's saying. Wow. Okay, let's hear more about this.
Determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
Yeah, I would
You
say
mentioned that
so.
you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically
Lady's full of
about
shit.
the response on February 2nd, 2022.
goddamn lie.
Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
You just unilaterally say, you know what? I want to test this piece of evidence. You don't even know the case. What the fuck is she talking about?
Spoogs, why are you saying there's a new Murdoch trial? Becky Hill got arrested?
She's asking. They're asking.
Oh.
We don't know what the effect
We don't know
is
yet.
So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Okay. Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Wait. She didn't just use her own judgment to decide what she wanted to examine, what parts she wanted to examine, what she'd test. Someone told her to? Well, now that's weird. I mean, I thought you used your own judgment to decide these things.
Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
That's suspicious.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were
Did you use
observing
your
and making
spidey senses to decide what part of
analyzing
it?
the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You need to see these? I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
Always move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Oh, Leslie's in his house.
Exhibit 138.
On deck. Oh, Leslie.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
Yeah, why don't you show us P145 there, Brennan?
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
You can take that down, please. Did you
You
have
had
a
to
chance to walk
testify
around
last
and
night.
look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Could you tell which was the left and which was the right? Was it inverted? Did you have a lens on? Inverted lens. Man, I still wish the defense would have pointed out just how white that left taillight was in the Sally.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate?
Bloop, bloop,
Or you
bloop.
saw, ma'am?
Yes, so this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes, so I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Bloop, 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 bloop.
Can you describe what you saw?
What's that weird little scratch?
Yes, that
mark
is
there?
the rear
Someone scratched
passenger tail light of
They
the
were trying to
vehicle.
pull that off.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Right
Yes,
there.
it is.
You can take that down. Thank you.
Did John's arm do that?
When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments,
February
I
1st.
will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify. Yes. Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs?
Floating piece of hair.
To see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as
I
trace for
highlighted
blood?
that already, babe.
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Puzzle lady's coming next.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass on the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. You remember from your memory.
What the fuck? Do you remember would have been sufficient?
Showing you a photograph.
Where else would your memory come from?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you
From your
generally
memory?
describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Just sitting there.
No objection, Your Honor.
Resting there. It was
141?
Court permission, I'd like to show P-167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
Maybe if they're like jammed in those little cracks.
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
Where? I didn't see where she just circled.
And those 2 white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
Wait, I got to go back.
Larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
I don't see
And
shit.
those 2 white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Oh, she's got this little
Is there another
hand she's
sticker
using.
above, or is that?
I'm not sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is.
Huh?
Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
So
Could we just go down
that's
to the
just
bottom part
resting.
again, please?
That one was just resting on top,
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
like not
Take that down.
on the upper.
Did you
edge.
collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Oh boy, let's hear it.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes,
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
So I was just thinking about the woman, like the court reporter on her little thingamajig. So I
The
just sat
elephant
here.
trunk.
Yeah, and I just sat here and like tested it. And it is hard when a witness starts to talk fast, like because she was talking kind of fast.
Yeah.
Got a lot of listening and talking.
That's what she's doing in the elephant trunk. Breathing.
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph with this
Vehicle.
Just a little more, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
There we go.
Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
You have any idea what that bumper looked like before?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you.
Oh my God, the hair.
You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't
floating up
designate a
there.
scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just wanted to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
Yeah, we see them.
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes, well, there's a letter, yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate?
Scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
140.
Bloop, bloop.
Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
How
Some scratches
all
are up above,
be relative to the
and
same
then
incident?
down here there's chipped paint and a dent.
Pick a spot,
And where is the dent
assholes.
in relation to the?
What happened?
What do you mean?
You mentioned a hair.
Seemed
I'm
like
going to
it's
ask you some questions. How many pieces of
Not
hair
that
did you
time.
find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Photographs.
Nope.
You take a look at the first photograph, please. You recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
A hair from a head.
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate
How
depiction
the
of what you saw?
fuck does
Yes.
his hair get on the
Like,
vehicle
hold
anyway?
These two photographs into evidence, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, is A and B.
See, Leslie says it like I could give a
144A
shit
and
less
144B.
about this, Your Honor. No objection. Do what you want, Brennan. I don't fucking care.
P173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman.
That's what Brennan's voice.
Do you
That's all
recognize what's in that
Leslie's
photograph?
Still.
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What
That
did you
is
do when you
accurate,
saw that,
Pokemon.
what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
I remember.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
I'd have a field day.
Pass it along.
I'd have a field day if I'm a lessee about how there is an actual literal log of every step she took with that damn piece of evidence.
That's how it's done.
That's how it's done.
That's how you make a chain of custody. That's how you do
Custody.
it.
Evidence log.
Is it to,
In our cold storage room.
when you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165.
Okay.
Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
This hair is the apparent hair.
What happened to her little hand? Wasn't she using a little hand before?
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
In that other picture, we can see how it's not even really touching the full surface of the vehicle.
Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in the same?
Did I notice? No.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Photograph one.
That I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
Yeah, she's a criminalist. She doesn't need you to tell her to put on gloves. But, you know, navigate the scissors gloveless. Bloop, bloop. And ta-da!
You could hold that so the jury can see it. If you could hold it up high, please. Thank you.
Hold up real high.
She did it.
Thank you very much. If you could return that to the
I don't
box.
see that little scratch we saw earlier. Maybe it wasn't a scratch.
I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Why aren't we folding it back up? Just getting lazy?
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as
Oh,
well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so that bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes, why don't you call in? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here? All right, sure, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break.
Perfect.
See you in about 50 minutes.
50 minutes.
Of course.
So that's 12:40 for us.
Good doing.
All right.
Quiet, folks, still on the record. Thank you.
Thanks,
I decided to piss everybody off for lunch. Kate? Kate's back. Kate, I am a husky. I remembered you asked that the other day. Dear old Oak Park.
All right, what I'll tell you what we're not doing, and we're not playing her cross-examination.
No, hell no.
Okay.
I'm like up in the ante because today has been super dull. So we're gonna listen to. I'm gonna piss everybody off, get everybody all fired up for Alessi's cross. We'll watch some Proctor cross. Yay!
What's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. It's
All right, see you guys soon.
the private text thread with high school.
Update the banner.
Includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with.
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I do not.
I want to take a look at page 2527, if you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who is fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah, maybe
The owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner is a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston
why
cop.
he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get finish your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes. Based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the one shoe discovered at the scene, the one shoe at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Super Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes or
medical.
no? That's yes or no?
He's going to answer the question. If you want to withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital with Sergeant Bukhenik and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Bukhenik believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had, a physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware initially that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough
plus.
A person out of a shoe, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing.
Correct.
Pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark. Correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
I had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved, correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
I do, sir, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton, correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, can I have a moment?
Yes.
Flip the next page.
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. (5051) writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
And Bird writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl. Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 29th, and everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry, since it involved cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we? 5051, a little further down, says, gotta be, I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears. And he writes, she hot at least, correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation.
Yes.
Into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was...
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
The accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts you had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from percipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts, as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
What else did you say in response to she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, if she didn't have an ass, nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
0 chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. The content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure, because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was, I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good, no ass bitch, right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
Then you sent a picture just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't... Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
But you decided that you're going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir. I'm sorry. Outside.
I'm sorry. You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. On the same date, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote, "Nothing," writing a warrant. Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see it. Sidebar, take that down, please.
You are unmuted.
Take that down.
Without reference to the specifics of what was...
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Sure.
Hey, Jim.
Let's do all the things that you want to do.
You are unmuted.
Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Ms. Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection. That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
Do you know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
It means the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, it sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those text. Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. That's part of your job, correct?
Correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabes.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said?
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you'd review that and look up when you're finished. Now, Your Honor.
Okay.
Would that refresh your recollection about a question and answer that you had, or series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Objection, may we approach?
Yes.
You are unmuted.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked the question, quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beeland that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this, because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's correct.
So your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no.
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
Or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do know the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mm-hmm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted.
Well, that might have been a good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question, I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes.
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families? How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabes. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence, and where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabes because you don't know the McCabes. That's what you did?
No.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
That I don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
I knew Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand.
Maddie says it's go time. Still see only fan. I'll pop it up. Let's see what's up. Boop. How's lunch, y'all? Was it good? Was it good? What a good lunch. Short. It always flies by. Good old lunch. Good old lunch. Yeah, I was actually trying to make a tweet of that. Sounds very much like she did indeed call Mr. Yannetti an asshole under her breath. See, I went back to our stream and Allie and I spoke over what that would have been. Yeah, I saw it. Hi, y'all. Hi. 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 Here, I'm going to show you all. Hold on. You got to really listen carefully. It's definitely under the breath. I think she thought the mic was off at that point. So let's see if I can get. I got to the exact moment in time. It's time for you to jump on, honey bunny. Yep.
Sustained injuries are going to match to this. Sustained injuries are going to match to strike that question. Disregard. Sustained injuries are going to match to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Definitely sounds like she says it. Oh boy. All right. Okay, hold on, y'all. Bear with me. Bear with me. Got OnlyFans to keep you company for a second.
Oh no. What do we have grave concerns about? Hey, Kate O'Connor, I think.
She's a fellow Husky.
Yeah.
Fellow Husky. She was on the other side of the track. She was River Forest.
All right. Well, she has donated like just enough to leave a voicemail. I think she should do it. All
Wait.
right. And Kate O'Connor says, did I hear? Well, she did 40 bucks just right there. Did I hear her say she picks up evidence with tweezers dipped in bleach? So she said that tweezers cleaned with only 10% bleach. Because yes, bleach would eliminate DNA or impact DNA. So they only clean them with 10%. I mean, I didn't know that, but it sounds like she specifically uses tweezers that had at one point been cleaned with only 10% bleach. So, Kate also says, oh, I do I? Moments ago, the Karen Reed trial, judge calls at Boston Defenders defense attorney Yannetti, an asshole under her breath on an open microphone when Yannetti asked for a sidebar.
Ooh!
Holy shit.
Late.
Oh.
You late.
What?
I'm already putting
Wait,
I'm
wait,
putting the tweet up.
what?
Hold on. Don't do anything. I've got
Okay.
it. I've got it. I'm on it. I'm on
All right, well, let me just say Kate's other thing while you're on it.
it. Okay.
You two are too cute. Bob, easy guess, one husky to another, grew up on Keystone/Chicago Avenue, River Forest.
I probably pool hopped your pool when I was
That
17.
little guy. He's a real troublemaker. Little riffraff.
We'd go over to the other side of the tracks and we'd pool hop in River Forest.
Forest.
All right. Okay. So I'm gonna we'll keep an eye on the fan.
Please tell me there's some video of this. Is this
I got it. Yeah.
Oh my God.
We were yapping like when in the moment in time it happened.
What?
Yeah.
See, that's what you get for your big mouth. Please say it was Bob, not me.
Oh, it was you.
Oh Lord.
I mean, I chimed in, but I think at the exact moment, it was you. It was you.
Oh my God, we've missed all this. All this has been happening since we've been. Well, can't we just rewind?
No, just I pulled the clip. I've already posted it on
All right. Well, we want to see it.
I'm
I want to
honey,
see it.
honey, I'm
I'm
trying.
impatient. Why don't I just rewind the stream we're watching to the
Okay,
point in
well,
time
no, that's way more.
it was right?
It was work. It was work for me to get.
Oh, I remember when he said it. He said it right before the break.
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Let's do all the things that you want to do.
I got it.
All right. Okay.
Too late.
No, dude. Trust me. I've pulled the exact clip of it. Okay. All right. So let me make it larger.
Jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
Oh, you're playing it and I'm playing it?
You almost
Wait,
talked
all
through
right,
it
hold
again.
on. I'm going to switch my headphones. This one's...
At the very
I
end,
need to be
listen.
heard at sidebar.
I will hear you. Sustained in jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you. Sustained in jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike
Wait,
that
wait,
question.
wait.
Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
What is the Twitter machine saying? Is this what's being discussed in court right now? Was there more to this? Was that it? Does anybody
Sustained
know
in
what
jurors,
happened?
I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Couldn't she have been saying?
Strike that
Wait,
question.
pause it a
Already
second.
know.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
No, we're up anyway.
All right, well, couldn't she have been
back.
saying, ask him to something? All right, I got it up anyway. I got it.
Ugh. I mean, there were multiple mics. Like she was standing, but she clearly wasn't right by the mic. I don't know.
I mean, is
I
this
don't know.
how is this being talked about all over the world or
Yeah, people are definitely tweeting it.
I mean, it sounded like asshole, but she might have said, ask him to ask so and so to ask him to grab a can he grab a glove? I forget what it was. Oh, it was about him trying to get into that stuff. Well, that might show some bias if that's what happened, but I mean, nobody's going to want to start this trial over. I don't think. I don't know.
I thought I heard her unmute. Was that all
I'm
in my
live.
mind? Is that all in my mind?
I'm live. What's everybody saying? What are all these people saying? Microdots will have it all figured out. Jim says, I know they change quick, but what are your 3 top sound effects? I love Jaws, Vander, and
Jaws is the
Suspicious.
best. My 3, I'll play my 3 in the order of awesomeness. So
I got to think about
for this case in particular, this is my favorite.
I'm not sure that I agree with you 100% on your police work there, Lou.
Yeah, that's on my top faux show.
Of course it is. And then all right, and then the next one will have to be this one.
Yeah, that's got to be mine too.
Pretty good. And then my third is this one. I love this one that Mandy put in.
That's suspicious.
Yeah.
That's suspicious.
It's great.
I love that.
Great. It's so good. It's good.
I mean, that's
weird. It's good too.
That's
Yeah.
weird.
That's weird.
I mean, I always
weird.
like the dun dun
That's-
dun, but I could do that myself.
Yeah, that's a classic. I actually like your version. I like when you do it better than when we play the it's so cute when you do it.
Oh, you're so sweet. Oh, I mean, this one's great though.
Everything that guy just says is bullshit.
It's classic.
Oh boy.
It's a classic.
Well, this one, but
Bob, you're muted.
I never can get it before. I have in the past, I have done it where you're muted and I find it without anybody like pointing it out to you. But
Yeah, I think there wasn't for this trial, but this is classic.
I never liked that one. You guys are goofballs.
It's so funny.
Oh, look, Gen X said the same one.
Which
The
one?
same three. The same three.
I mean, those.
Melissa
Yeah.
from Montana is really trying to start something.
Don't start. Don't start something. Won't be nothing.
A lot of people love Jaws.
Jaws.
Oh God,
Jaws is it.
When Phoebe and Shelley's trying to start some shit too.
Liar, dude.
I mean, that one's great.
Who is that, Mandy? Weasley. It's got to be from It
Brian
seems
tried
like
to start
it's
some shit,
I
too.
can't tell if that's Ace Ventura. I don't know what that is. I've
A
been
lot
trying
of
to
people
place
like
that.
the suspicious.
There
A
we
lot
go.
of people
We're
throwing in
getting-
the meow meow. All the cat people are like, now's my chance to keep telling them I'm really upset about this.
People
Oh,
hated the cat. And like it was either
what the dog
love or hate.
doing? Jane H had the same top three.
Yeah. Different order, but
Look at
same
so
three.
many people just wanted to say the cat. Of course, Mandy did too.
Come
She
on now,
started it.
dog.
Mandy started it.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. That one's pretty good.
Or do we know if they're in the courtroom?
I don't.
Could it be possible that
Hold on. Let me pull out my Karnak envelope. Are they in the courtroom?
there's people on the Twitter
That
on
was
the
some old
X
head
too.
shit there. Like only people in their 50s, 60s, and 70s will get that.
What'd you do?
All the old heads in here. Karnak. It was an old Johnny Carson bit that he used to do.
Oh.
Ed McMahon.
Oh no,
With
Mandy.
the envelope, he'd put that like turban thing on, and he was
and he's
the camera's getting movie.
And Mandy's fingers getting movie. Put your cats away real quick.
Kosh is saying make it a top 5.
Oh boy. All right. Okay.
Oh no. The complaints. The league office is going to get a bunch of complaints.
All right, you did it now.
Sweaty. I didn't play it. It's
No,
all
Mandy. People thought it was safe to bring their cats back in, and she did it again. Just when you thought it was safe to.
Thank you, Tay. Yes, there's a sick desperation to your laugh. It's so good. It's
Yeah,
like,
that is
I'm so like, especially when like Bukhenik would give that sick, desperate laugh on the stand.
All right. So Harry Potter's beard says recovery addict slowed it down and repeated it. It's Defo Bev saying.
Well, you can't say it's Defo Bev because no matter how much you slow it down, you can't see her on the bench still.
And attempting to introduce the taillight housing. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
that's correct.
And during that break, did we have a
doesn't know
chance to
about
look
it yet, I
inside the bag,
Yes,
accompanied by counsel for the defense?
yes.
When items are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that
Sure.
information?
When
that
you
question?
store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes,
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe
Bleeding.
DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
yes,
Changed it.
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
Okay. When you saw the pieces, do you know whether or not any of the pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
The taillight housing, did it have any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag, they were in the bag when you opened it this morning.
Yes, that's correct.
The
I
loose
don't think
pieces,
that-
last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. Evidence, I may have one moment.
Okay.
Okay. One last question. When a bag is
He's
opened
not gonna like it.
by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself and my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate small containers, packaging of smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It's done by somebody other than you.
At some point, yes.
Okay. I now move to introduce that into evidence.
Oh, so they were
No
in.
objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
He's triggering people to know. Well, I'm not done here.
Could you present that?
Yes.
He could ask Wadir right there on that issue. I feel like.
Yes.
I got to switch my headphones now. I don't know if I was yelling. Those other headphones are really loud.
The whole bag.
Yes.
I wonder if you say something on the record.
And you can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I was going to do that.
After it's marked.
Sure.
Exhibit 146.
I wonder if she said something like that.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you.
Damn it. We'll have to watch it on the break. Oh, Mandy, if we can find it. Oh, Becky Hill got more charges.
Could you explain what those are?
These are 2 small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Okay. Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K.
So I think what that's going to tell you is that the puzzle maker, the woman who pieced together all the pieces of the taillight puzzle, that's probably her, is what I assume, that she's the one that marked those like that.
This also has a case number 22-02184, 3-1, assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
Hey, babe. Robert Michael. We've got something to watch on the break.
I saw.
Oh.
Lori got her ass handed to
This
her.
item was also located in the bag.
Wait, what? That's the little piece.
In the bag.
Right? Oh, no. I thought it was the piece with the holes. It's not.
And these two items were also located in the bag.
They've got stickers on them, at least
Thank
one
you
of
very
them.
much.
No, wait. Identify those. Did they not have little stickers on them?
May I approach? Yes. I'll take that.
Bloop.
Thank you. When you brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything?
At least he's going to flesh all of this out. He already told us so when he said that he had no objection subject to the explanation that will come out on cross.
Thing with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
When you, after you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
That's what
I took a polyester swab. I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
As does the cat sound.
If we could have former P187
Indeed,
back on the
Joey.
screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab? What areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area, and there's no forensic relevance related to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole, and in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
Make sure Kate's got the number to leave a voicemail.
What, you want to do it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Yay.
I love it.
All right, wait a minute.
My number, it's there it is, right there. Speakpipe.com.
Can we sort
Learn how to
these
read
things
that.
alphabetically? I think they should.
What?
Because I'm like, where I lost the clap, or did we get rid of the clap?
I don't know.
All right, well, she gets a clap. All right, let's go. Can't wait.
I remember swabbing the
Swab?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
Great.
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I
realized how
correct
she's
my answer from the last question?
Not good.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
And at some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56, please? Thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a large aluminum envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
You can take that down. Thank you. At some point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually.
I wish I had.
Do you recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Does that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
You look at the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
I could just see them quickly.
Boring.
So let's mark them.
I do have a little bit.
An A, B.
That was for Jenna K. She loves the boring sound effect.
Yes, it is.
Perfectly placed.
Sorry.
I have a
Is that
very
one of the
serious
photographs you
question
just
to ask
recognized?
you on a break.
Yes, it is.
Okay, on a break.
Well, did you dip into my delicious chili lime chicharrones?
I did.
Oh man! Wow.
Those are
Wow.
yummy. Those are yummy.
Those are good ones.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Are
Thank
we
you. If we
saying
could turn now to former P194.
all this damage was here from that night on the arms? I did not remember that. What? Oh, I thought she's talking about this whole thing.
Johnny Miller's waiting. He is ready. He's ready for Bob.
Is this the same sweatshirt?
Bob A, not Bob M.
Yes, it is.
And there's a little bit difference. There's markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I used to mark it.
Why is there so much blood on the
Ms.
front?
Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Hey,
What
what's
is
this
written
little
on those
thing?
tabs?
Little hair?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that you keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to former P196, which is
I just don't
147C.
understand how the
What is that
tail light
depicting?
just exploded.
That is a
into
close-up of the
sweatshirt.
area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the, yes, the circle part?
That
Is that
I'm
a fair and
sorry.
accurate depiction of what it looked like when you
How?
examined it?
Yes, it is.
How is that made
Finally, if we could
from
have
the tail light?
P197,
How?
which is exhibit 147D.
How?
What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a
And
scale
down.
included.
That's in and
We
down.
just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different
Shouldn't the
angles for
threads
each and every hole
going
that you went
in?
through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please.
God, somebody recreate this for me the way that.
In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
I mean,
The court's permission, can I
nothing
approach?
else. I can't
Thank you.
see anything else. Like you guys are all saying. Bite marks, puncture wounds. To me, I would think a nail. I don't know, but
Showing you 2 photographs. You look at the first one. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange T-shirt.
Is it a fair? Should I wait?
yeah, that's why there's all that blood on the front, huh?
Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please take a look.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the other side of the orange T-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Ugh.
Yes.
All right.
Every time a siren blares, a cop lies on the stand.
Cobra bites. Yeah.
So this 148.
Beware of the undertoad.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17 is the back of the orange T-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that T-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Oh, Jesus.
Could we
Really,
zoom back
Hank?
out and get a full look at that? Thank you.
Shit
If you
looks
could
like
turn
an
next
Old
to
Navy t-shirt, doesn't it?
P233, Ms. Gilman.
Old Navy. Got that Old Navy vibe t-shirt.
What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange t-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand
Blood
corner?
on the back.
Zoomed in a little bit.
Dude, if I don't get a haircut,
Thank
my
you.
head's gonna explode.
Me too.
Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on
I'm the
this
shaggy
item
TA
to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it a positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the
Yes.
court's permission? Thank you.
Can you turn the lights up, please? Thank you.
Gravity does always win. Green plastic watering can.
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Can we now turn to the top right and zoom in if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that t-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor? Photograph.
The front of the pair of jeans.
Do you recognize what's in that one?
Loop.
You both have moved these two together?
Loop, loop, loop.
49A. Was there anything of note when you examined
That
these
pocket.
pants?
Let's see that back pocket.
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we could next show P243, which is
I was gonna say,
149B.
those are some fucking pretty awesome jeans.
Could you zoom in
A
on
little
the top
flare
part
at
of
the
those pants,
bottom.
please? Do you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
I've got a pair of jeans with that thread pattern there on the pocket. Now, why doesn't the pocket look torn there, Bay?
There's something here.
Well, I mean, that shit was
I
hanging.
noted
sis.
numerous red-brown stains
don't
on the
know.
clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please? Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Oh, I can't wait for this cross. Nice
Did you
to meet him
perform
up.
any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being
We're
the
live.
sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item? How would you
Sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve.
There wasn't that.
I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail, what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
I mean, if there were stains
In
like
this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt?
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
items. Did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February...
It's so odd how they know where things went and like tracked it.
It's almost like they had like a chain of custody or something. It's weird.
Kind of log. All right.
There must have been some kind of strange piece of paper that had like writings and numbers and signatures and shit.
Computer system, maybe. Wow.
It sounds like alien technology. I don't know.
Yes.
What the
Yes.
fuck's going on? Crazy.
2022. Do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene,
that's a sense like
you have a conversation about the investigators' information to help your assessment. And I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
And does
kind of bullshit you trying to tell me?
Ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information.
Right.
To that.
Wait, I'm sorry. You mean like a watery substance? You know, 'cause ice is water and snow is water. That usually, sir, fucks up our evidence. Does it make it does it slide off more easily? With
What about
ice
that
and
hair?
Does it glue? Does ice and snow glue things to
Tell me about that hair.
have you
Cannot
ever
agree with you, sir. Nope.
Any data or information to that.
Sounds like bullshit.
Have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
Thawing.
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw. No.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay.
Yeah, see, she's checking you.
Remember
Don't
that
trip
time that
me
they
up.
said
I don't know
thawing?
that shit melted.
I have no further questions.
I don't know that shit melted. Let's go.
Yeah, the word on the street is that Lori got her ass handed to her. I haven't seen it firsthand. Schmo's saying it happened.
Schmo's there. Was that Schmo that's there? Somebody is there.
Bobby.
Your Honor, may I approach the
Yes.
witness?
Or-
Thank you. Your Honor, pursuant
Show
to
Mr. Brennan with you. Okay.
pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like, with Your Honor's permission, and for the clerk,
Great.
have them marked as next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
God.
Look at this distinguished gentleman. Look at the way he is sitting. Yes, very distinguished. I see.
153.
And Your Honor, there is one more exhibit that we had pursuant to stipulation. Just show Mr. Wolf this to make this more efficient for the last
I
one.
got no blooping.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Not a one. Not a one. No blooping. They,
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to need them for us.
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And lastly, may I approach for the witness? Thank you. You may leave this.
Sure. Thank you.
you should just like read portions of Alan's cross of her with perfect. I can't remember. Was it Alan or Alan Jack?
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartman.
Yannetti.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. You were dispatched to the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle?
What happened? Where'd she go? She gone. Oh my God. She vanished. I was trying to listen to Dr. Evil on what'd you do? Did you do that thing?
Yes.
Wow.
Hold on. Let me go back and pause this.
Was it when people are yelling to see, even when you do it, it's my fault.
Hit the freaking thing. Jesus.
I was trying to listen to Dr. Evil talk about his childhood. I was looking for a good clip from that.
So
type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle?
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
Jim, don't make me reach through here.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination,
in the team alley, I tease back.
you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
I don't know that. Not gonna say it.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus,
You've got no clue how that
to
happened.
your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Well, would
Yes,
have
that's
to.
correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sallyport on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With your Honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it
Mr. Wolf?
They want to get those pictures in front of the jury. Who's been showing you pictures of the injuries, jurors?
Ms. Hartnett, I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on a person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1,
Yeah,
correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state
That one too.
whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Alessi, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes. Sustain.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you
She
look
doesn't like
toward the top
injuries being
of
up there.
the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sallyport Canton Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Am I crazy, or that was like part of the area that Brennan pointed out when I was like, why are we talking about there? What the hell does that part have anything to do with it? Or is this a different part he's describing?
I'm not 100% sure myself.
All right.
I mean,
Thanks,
I think he's trying to, why am I supposed to know when you don't know?
Right. But go ahead. You were saying you think he's.
to me, he's trying to match shit up. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like
But
in terms of
I wonder if
puncture wounds.
that was part of the area that Brennan had pointed out scratches on, even, but I don't know.
Anyone ask you to examine
Oh, sorry. Looping back.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about the lift gate going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper, and where it curls under the bumper, then what's the bumper and underneath and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage?
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
What I'd like to do now is to talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29th of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
I'd say before
Are
Jim
you
O'Keefe was...
aware of the odometer reading of the Lexus when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so you were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
You forgot to ask Clark this, I take it. Oops. Damn it.
The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed the damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. If I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I recall it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case.
Have you ever?
Did you ever have to take swabs of red stain material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this
Thank
is the
you.
first time you
An
ever
honest answer.
performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
Yeah, the jury didn't expect that, Alessi.
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at. Is you
One
took
cup.
2 swabs, but they were from the same solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that
all
be of
know
significance, which one
animal.
you chose and why?
In this particular case, I did not believe it was significant at the time.
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those solo cups were collected from, which helped me in making that decision.
As a forensic scientist too, you're aware that blood stains can contain, and these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which solo cup in the bag that these solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Verrier.
You can't say someone else who handled
If the
that
swabs
victim
were taken
in
from
that location.
multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sally Port?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sally Port, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to me.
So it was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person. Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
Wow. Wait a minute. Whoa. Am I crazy? Or didn't Bukhenik say that they transferred that, they turned that over? He was there and he knows where it went after that because he turned it over. Oh, wait. Sorry. But wait, no, wait.
All right, think while it's playing.
It is something like that he says he turned it over to the lab. Don't give me crickets. There's something.
All right, I'm reloading this
That
page.
doesn't
All my
track.
shit's frozen.
All right, go ahead. That doesn't track, I don't think.
No tracking.
Get back with you to your
There's the
officer
picture
lab.
of the cup by the thing.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No testing was done on those swabs.
There we go. The chat was frozen. Oh my
So
God,
as
this is frozen.
we all sit here today,
No. I think I'm right. I don't think that was a.
there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
No clue.
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains.
Objection.
No.
Sustained.
Why?
You testified that the
Thanks, KKB.
remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you swabbed from, as
Didn't
well
leave
as
it
the
there.
other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sallyport location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
That is, I'm telling you,
Michael
that is
Proctor have taken control of those?
that is not what Bukhenik said. Absolutely positively not. He said they were turned over to the criminalist, and that's where they were after that. Yeah, that's some shit.
Turned them over to Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Michael Proctor have taken control of those solo cups?
To my knowledge, it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
Canton PD? Where's that chain of custody?
Why is it that you believe a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups, so it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them, so I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. My question probably wasn't over.
We're going to be going back, listening to what Bukhenik said. Bukhenik.
Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the
They said it was
vehicle, the
Gallagher, not
SUV,
Bukhenik.
the right rear taillight housing was removed as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
All right, last thing, and then I won't do that again. Remember when there was the picture with the little rag and the cup in the picture? Wasn't that Bukhenik? Bob.
What?
When they presented the picture with the little rag in it, little whatever, you think that was
Dude, you're
not?
asking me for 3 days of his shit. I have no idea, bro. I don't know. Somebody in the chat, was the red solo cup with the rag in it Bukhenik
All right,
or
Dan
Gallagher?
says it was
People keep
Gallagher.
saying Gallagher.
All right. Well, I thought somebody said they turned it over,
I
but
ain't sweating you. He was on the stand for 3 days. It was the longest goddamn testimony I'd ever seen, short of Woody. Let's go.
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified
I blew
the right rear taillight housing was removed as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the
Thanks,
removal
guys.
of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday,
And what was
maybe. I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What did he say? I saw it Thursday. Excuse me.
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand, so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Reviewing a video.
I'm sorry. Yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light, Mr. Woke. If we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay. Loop.
We have up on the screens And I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the tail light housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
So
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that tail light.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that you, well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of the, what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Just so, thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there's what would have been exposed when the tip. May I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that helps you.
Didn't she do the swab before it was taken out?
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present, if there was DNA present on that swab, it would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
But again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct, I did not swab the inside.
With regard to the, what we'll call the outside, where you did swab, as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
What's Olivia say here? Well, howdy, Olivia.
What's up,
Hey,
mates?
what's
You
up?
did not find
It was the Canton police officer who collected it. Thanks, Olivia. Thank you. Thank you.
any
She's on top of that shit.
glass on the inside of the taillight, did you?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at all?
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sally Port for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I sent a message
I'm
out
just
to
want to make sure
Olivia.
that I understand your question.
Getting it shortly.
I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
Okay. So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, is that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay. So last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
You don't know
I
that's
wouldn't
true.
make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can.
I was going to say this part. This part.
Move on from this item.
Thank you. I was going to say,
You
you better
didn't
get to that
find
hair.
any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit. So I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
They're going to say
Yes,
that
that's
hair
correct.
for last. That's
What
where
is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium from what I just did? Okay.
So stand without more of a foundation from this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you familiar with
So
what did she say she was familiar with?
is it
Good
possible
question, Mandy.
for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do hands, palms of hands, produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be
biological
a transfer of
material.
skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
Mm-hmm. So like when you walk around
You
your car
also
and you touch it.
indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Head. Shoulders. People, not hands, shoulders. Heads. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
And on your direct examination, you went through a...
Sorry.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
She is a biological material expert, which includes skin cells, which contain DNA, although she's not a DNA expert. So she was identifying biological material, which is, interesting. Actually, now that I think about it, that they had the biological material person there just as that little hair floated around and not like a DNA person there. Huh. Wonder how Proctor decided that. Wonder what made him call the biological matter expert instead of just a regular DNA person.
Of the vehicle, correct?
Right.
About apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence. And I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again, please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes,
You
apparent
talked
glass.
about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes, and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it's a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, correct?
Correct.
With Your Honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133. If I could have a moment with Mr. Wolf just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you.
So I just want to say, hair is technically more appropriate for like a biological matter expert. It's biological matter. Where blood, if it was just blood, you'd want like, okay, it's biological matter, but you wanted someone who specializes in DNA typically to handle it. So I'm just wondering what made them choose to call a biological engineer out to do the analysis of that vehicle. I'm now very
With Your Honor's permission, if Mr. Wolf, you could zoom in on the stickers, right? So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
Sorcery.
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your
He's so
permission, go to
excited.
Exhibit 133.
Okay.
A reflection?
Dun dun dun. Dun.
Like in the camera?
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot.
You got to help us.
You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you. With Your Honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture.
Okay.
What he's saying
you
is
could zoom
that's
in.
a reflection. What you're seeing on the black is just
You
a
see a
reflection of
reverse
that
B?
sticker on the actual bumper.
In that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
Where's that B?
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question.
Oh, yeah. I thought that was like some dirt squiggly thing.
And then if I could just see the other sticker, please.
Absolutely.
Well,
Yes.
that looks like
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct.
Oh,
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and there's
Yeah,
only
it's reflecting
one
into the
sticker
black
that you
part
put on,
of the
and therefore only 1 volume of glass
vehicle.
associated with 1 sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone
Yes, yeah.
picking up?
Is
So
this thing
therefore,
working?
can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only in actuality, and there was only in actuality, 1 sticker and 1B, and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with this bumper?
Yes.
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label 2 separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
Sure? So you just went through, you're not able to tell that is a reflection and therefore equivocation. Is that correct?
I'm
Sustain.
Do you have any doubt whether there is a
There's 2 stickers or
reflection
right
on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
Sustain.
No.
So you believe it's a possibility?
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
How much of a possibility?
You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
Come on.
I think that, yes, obviously, understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So with regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct?
Yeah.
Let's go to these, we can go back to the,
Oh, shit.
none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
Just resting, just sitting there.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper,
You don't know how it got placed there.
you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
That's taking a nap. They're just taking a nap. She was very forthcoming about
we
this
could,
first trial with the hair too.
If I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video. Thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
Ooh, Rassler's mom. RBF. Little RBF reference there. Boy, he really got her on that old reflection thing.
If we could go to exhibit 124, Mr. Wolk, and with your honor's permission, if we could publish it.
I still don't understand how it happened. I was kind of wondering why they were perfectly aligned with one another.
Well, there's not going to be those ridges on the tailgate of the fucking truck. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like you're seeing a reflection of the ridges in the bumper itself. It's just reflecting into the
Ms. Hartnett,
shiny black Lexus.
There have been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sally Port on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was, in fact, that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently, so you need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sally Port on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken, so that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? We can enlarge it if that would help.
Still need the time.
And again, this is in evidence. Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now, if we could
She was there on the first.
play, with your honor's permission, this video.
February.
And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful. May we, your honor?
Okay.
Thank you.
Points, Mr.
I can't tell. I honestly have no clue what I'm looking at.
That's that blurry ass video. The one that they clarified. It's the clarified video.
But I can't even tell what I'm looking at. Still, I don't know how she knows what she's looking at.
If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please.
Constant drunk driving accidents in Canton.
Thank you. I think they passed.
Was there a police lights flashing on that thing while this video was being taken? The hell's that? Is that water dripping? I don't know what I'm saying. About to go get my glasses.
If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolk, without overly accelerating all that's happening.
Somebody tell me what they see. I just don't understand.
That's the back of the Lexus.
It is?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you can see the classic Canton Cruiser on the top of the screen beyond.
Oh, right.
And
Yeah,
closest
okay.
to you is the back of the Lexus.
Oh,
It's that clarified shitty video that they came up with way after the fact. But now it's been clarified.
I don't even know how she could tell there was precipitation on it at all.
He's trying to jog her memory.
Well,
And accelerate it a little bit more.
She doesn't know the date and time. Like that was when it existed on the 29th.
And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please.
Why didn't he point out the times?
Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
And where was it falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So
Uh-huh.
that occurs on January 29. You come to the Sally Port on February 1st.
Damn it, Brooklyn.
Yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Like that, just perched.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
Do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is?
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
You just said.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sallyport garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
She looks super happy.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it, correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
More than that.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well,
so what? More than that or less than that?
When do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier.
I mean, making even just a layman's response based on the condition that you saw the glass, are you saying that you would find it unlikely that it survived a trip like that? I wonder if he'd be allowed to ask that. All right, I blooped it back, guys.
Looping.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier. You talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022.
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
90 miles. I think that was her issue with the no.
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes, okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
This is a classic example of turning the state's expert into your expert.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center, so Ms. Hartnett can see what okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury.
Better reset
And show
that.
which column go up above what the 29 relates to.
She needs to be having her say it for the record.
And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to.
She's got to have her read it into the record.
And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to and go up above 1, just above the average.
Leslie, come on.
Yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed. Yes.
Gotta
okay,
ask
if
her
you
to
now
read
can
it.
go down to the respective columns
We
at the
agree we're
bottom for
looking at the
January
wind
29th.
category. I mean, come on.
Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
So if we could go back to Mr. Wolf, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle. That
struggling busting here a little bit. You could do this better.
So these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on.
Why doesn't he use the real one?
You talked generally
the
about the weather.
Oh.
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
He's got to be able to lay the foundation, groundwork.
In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and
90
be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper? Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, and from your role as a forensic scientist too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustained.
Was it Canton and Denton? What's the other town called?
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
Lightning.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
Which is
you can
about,
take that down,
about
Mr.
30-mile difference
Thank you.
distance. So I think, so it went from Canton to Denton. Oh, and then Denton to Canton. So it only did It only did the trip twice. I thought it did 3 trips. So I thought she was saying no, because it would have been 90 miles.
Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett.
Yeah, because you really botched that one.
You testified on direct examination that you
Made the
located
point, I
an
think. Made the
apparent
point.
hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've
Yes,
discussed.
Miranda.
You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
It's absurd. What?
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
I mean, I heard this before, but nope, not secured.
It, in fact, wasn't secured in any way on that quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever?
No, it was not.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
Yep. Babe.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time period.
So within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair, and within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
I mean, she could have found that shit in 2 minutes.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? You recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Based on your knowledge, could it have been? Based on your understanding of hair. I mean, she could have maybe ask it there with
Do you know
the hair.
when
She's a
the
biological.
hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It
Ooh, I
was
love
easy,
that
and I picked it
question.
up with a pair of tweezers.
Love that
Didn't give
question.
you any resistance?
No.
No, I didn't even have to pull. No resistance.
With your honor's permission, I
No
would like
resistance.
us to look at a depiction of the hair.
Here it comes. It's not
May I, Your Honor?
What
equally
exhibit
on
number?
the surface, is it?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Said it wasn't
Yes.
wet anymore.
Could you kindly use that and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
I'm going to tell you this. If my hair is stuck to something wet and then it dries, it does give resistance to get off of the surface that it.
Yeah, your hair is everywhere, girl.
All right, let's move on. Disregard.
Moving on.
Thank
Moving
you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair in an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shape.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C? Then if it's a C shape?
I mean, is she talking about the other thing? I mean, I don't get it.
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle. So I'm not Sure.
Oh, boy.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, just, it's not a trick here, but
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what you're talking about, and we won't give it a name, right? We'll just do the contrast.
There we go.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And
yes.
that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line, it's to the left of the vertical line?
She's like, it could be
Yes,
up
I
in
do
the
see
air.
it from this perspective to the left. That's
Okay,
correct.
very good.
I mean,
And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit.
Ho!
Ho!
Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair?
It's already shifted between the pictures.
Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle, so
Man.
do you see the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know they were taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Would that be helpful to you answer your questions? Happy to do it.
Potentially, yes. Thank you.
I'd like to see the letter on the sticker too again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, chickapay, twaying in the wind.
Looking at that,
Things are floating around.
sticker shape tells you what the. All right, that's not different.
Maybe we zoom in if possible.
That's not different.
Would that be helpful?
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're taking.
Let's start with the overalls that you would like, and then we can. Okay, is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
Right, so one slightly to the side.
That wouldn't
and the other
change
a
the
little
direction
bit
of
more
the hair,
head-on, but
lady.
that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom. It's still the same from side to side. It's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. One is the one camera angle appears for who's ever taken the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The
Okay.
570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes. Yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
There's same orientation, right?
They're in the same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask.
Sammy
Yes,
knows.
thank you, Your Honor. So isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
If you could just explain what you mean by oriented, I think that's where I'm confused.
They're the same, you can read the 570 horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in.
See, I think what it shows you is how that hair is not, it's not touching the car. That's really, it shows you it's up in the air.
Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
Can you answer that question?
Again, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
Fuck off, Hank.
Yeah, she's allowed.
I've never had firsthand experience with that. So that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see Councilor Taiba for a couple of minutes, please.
Oh boy.
It's almost 3 o'clock.
Oh boy. Good thing the jurors have eyeballs. I don't give a shit. She's turned into Bukhenik.
No, she's not. I mean, she's being a little stubborn with that, but if he asks her if the difference in angle makes it clear that the hair is not even affixed to the vehicle fully, that the two ends are actually not.
Well, that's
touching.
what he's ultimately getting at. What he's
Right.
getting at is
that
that the hair fucking moved.
Right, because it was so loose.
No matter like if it was somebody like a breeze from somebody walking by briskly.
I
if
mean,
it
I'd
was
ask her those questions about hair. You're
Proctor cutting a huge fart as he walked by to pick out tail light pieces from the back. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Point being, he's getting to that, right? I mean,
and a
that's
hair
what
that's
he's
not
moving
affixed to
towards.
something, like you're basically an expert in biological material. Hair is a biological material. You've dealt with hair, blah, 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 blah. If hair's not affixed to something, is it possible when someone walks past it or a breeze somehow touches it that it could shift positions easily?
Dude, there is no way that hair stuck in that car through those
Okay.
elements. There is no way. No way.
Oh, Mandy.
The fartles. I mean, they're a bunch of gas bags. What do you want me to tell you? Gas bags. Yeah.
Yes, science.
Yeah. There we go. So you can always count on good old Bob.
Amy says the layer of static on my TV in 1995 was clearer than that shit. Yeah.
Man, that's back when we used to have to hit the TV on the side. Oh, it's not working. Hit it on the side. Somehow it magically fixed the TV. I don't know what it was. That hair was proctored. That hair was proctored. Yeah.
We didn't have another afternoon break because
She's about to call it right now.
Yeah.
She's about to call it right now. She's saying, Mr. Lessie, how much more do you have? A fair amount, Your Honor.
I think this is the end, but he wants to take his time in lining it up. It's probably what he's saying.
Yeah, it's got to take his time lining it up.
And then she's asking Brennan how much time he needs on redirect.
Because he's going to have to go back to the weather.
So, right. If he's not getting off, he needs to say, I'll save mine for tomorrow.
Is she standing? Oh, she's sitting.
Mr. Wolf, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you can put it back up on the screen.
Thank you.
He should not finish tonight if Brennan's doing a redirect tomorrow. He should save it. He should save it.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those two depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two depictions that are up on the screen.
Do I have any
the hair?
explanation of what?
Of those two depictions
Different depictions. He should.
that you're certain of.
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today.
There you go.
Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any.
Oh.
Yes,
Oh, Bev did great right there.
yes.
I'm
Can I
glad.
see counsel at sidebar while the jury's filing out, please?
I'm glad that Alessi gets to pick this up in the morning. Let the jury stew on that. I mean, they have eyes.
Right.
That's a beautiful thing about jurors. Unless they're visually impaired, they have eyeballs
Can
and
I
they
be
can see it.
heard?
Yeah. So, I mean, look, the hair clearly moved. I mean,
So here's the question. Do we think tomorrow Judge Cannoni is going to say on the record that, there was before a sidebar yesterday,
I may have called
No.
Mr. Yannetti an asshole.
no, to
Oh.
say that that's not what she's like, that's like it, is she going to go on a record to specifically say that was never
My
said?
hemorrhoids were acting up, so I just said my asshole when I stood, and that's something like that.
No.
Oh no, I don't think she's going to address it at all. I mean, I'm sure she'll be scrolling tonight.
I mean, if she in fact said something else, I'll put it that
Well,
way. If
let's
she
try
knows
to
she
work it
said
out.
something else.
There's three suspects, potential suspects.
I
and
still think it could have been ask
There's
something. something, something.
Cannoni, there's McLaughlin, and there's Little. There's no question it's a woman's voice. Those three women are the only women that would have a mic in front of them.
Hey, check your voicemail real quick.
Who has the only motive? Like, who was the most irritated in that moment in time?
The question is that what was really said. Check the voicemail
Oh,
for
it's
Kate.
definitely. What?
Check the voicemail for Kate.
Oh, okay.
Why is she doing it all at sidebar? I thought she just wanted a sidebar while they piled out. Now she's keeping everything off the record.
Sidebar. Okay, let's see. Oh, I gotta refresh. The hell? It's not refreshing. 6 hours ago? Is it from 6 hours ago?
No.
What?
That's what's his name? I forget. Someone who said they did one this morning.
Dadgummit.
House long for hair to stick on car. Maybe she didn't do it. She can think about it and we'll play it in the morning.
What?
Maybe she hasn't done it yet. She can think about it. We'll play it in the morning.
Okay. Yeah, maybe she hasn't done it yet. I'll be able to tell in my emails if I got a speak pipe. Let's see. We've got Afton's that she sent.
Oh, it was Afton, right? She.
Yeah. No, Kate has not sent hers yet. Don't be scared.
Don't be
scared. Just do it. Do it. All right. So
everybody wants to see Lori. No, I want to make sure that the judge doesn't come back. But in the meantime, get Lori booted up, I guess, hopefully, if it's short.
Okay.
Otherwise, we could.
It better be short. I don't give a shit about Lori Vallow.
It was right before the morning break.
Let's do all the things that you want to do.
She's about to rot in trial.
So the
Lori Vallow pretrial conference ahead of second trial. Oh my God!
The hot mic moment was whether or not Judge Cannoni called Yannetti an asshole after he asked for a sidebar. It might have been like, ask so and so to do something, or hand me. I don't know.
I wish Joe would give me I don't want to watch this whole Lori thing because I don't.
Somebody says it was right before the morning break.
Wait, right before that? What? Our morning break here?
Oh, she's talking about the asshole moment. I thought she was talking about Lori Vallow. Sorry. Kim Carson says hot mic was probably from the prosecution table. Who's saying that?
It's Bererski or what? It's the judge in Vallow.
No. Kim's saying apparently the hot mic was probably from the prosecution table.
why would McLaughlin, like McLaughlin doesn't strike me as anybody you'd be saying asshole. Like why, like
Too
you have to,
connected.
like there's got to be an element of common sense to it. In that moment in time, she was very irritated with Yannetti because he had been trying to get these Colin Albert questions in, and it was mixed in with Proctor. There had been multiple objections all in a row, and then Yannetti got irritated. He's like, I need to have a sidebar, because he had asked for a sidebar. She said, no, just
Good.
ask the next question.
Play it one more time for the people while I'll be
people?
listening to see if I'll be listening.
It's somebody is definitely saying asshole. I'll tell you that right now. No question about that.
Hey there, Karen
Well,
Reed.
I guess it's over.
It's over. Okay. All right. I'll pull it up. It'll be on a loop, so you'll get to hear it.
Oh, here they are coming out.
Who's coming out?
Sustained injuries, I'm going to ask you to
Karen Reed's team.
disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Here it is. She was walking right by her mic.
Injuries, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you. Sustained injuries.
Sounded like asshole.
Strike that.
Definitely asshole.
Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
See, just understand that like
Sustained injuries.
simultaneous to the end of the whole,
she's standing up.
Law and Crime turns off the sound of the courtroom. So that's why, because you can hear it go from where you can hear the ambient, like kind of like just noise, the rustling noise of the mic being on, to like to go in dead silent. You can hear it.
Strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
See what I'm saying?
Sustained injuries, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Somebody on the Twitter said that they thought that maybe she said ask him.
That's what I said. Ask him to bring this over. Ask him to grab the.
I don't know. I do know an asshole when I hear one. I do indeed. I do indeed. All right. So am I really doing this Lori Vallow shit?
I don't know. Ask
Here,
people.
I'm gonna pull it up real quick. I think this is where it gets heated. Lori's getting a little bent out of shape here, so I'm guessing this is where it's at. So let's see. Lori seems to be.
However, I'll include that Monday, the 23rd, and kind of say, if needed or if required, you might go to June 23rd out of an abundance of caution.
All right. Before we start losing Reed people, because we're playing Lori Vallow tomorrow night, 5:30. You're going to have very short time to chill because Mark Bettero's coming on with us. 5:30 Central, 6:30 Eastern. The one, the only Mark Bettero for his second visit over to DD. So make sure you set your notifications. It's always a good convo.
Or I'm listening to it on another.
So I'll finalize that questionnaire. It's pretty much done, and it's pretty much, and then but I'll a copy so you have it before you leave here today. That questionnaire off the tweet again on sponsor.
Your Honor, in light of the juror misconduct or the
there we go.
Your Honor, in light of the juror misconduct or the alleged juror misconduct, I have to object to us having so much information go out about my personal information in that jury questionnaire. Do you not think that was a problem?
What personal information?
The state versus Lori Daybell.
What's the name of the case?
Yeah, but you don't put that on anyone else's questionnaire, or one other person that's ever had that questionnaire ever put out with their name on it. They just don't do it.
Do it in every trial I've done.
Then the people are just going to Google it, and then we're going to have the same exact problem we had getting a jury for that case. We're going to have the same exact problem.
Are you done?
Ooh.
Are you just going to keep
yammering?
Okay. How do we screen for if people have heard about you if we don't include your name? Do you have a response to that?
I'm just saying, you gave them the name and they're just gonna Google it.
They're instructed not to Google it. All right. And if you'll recall, when we had all the jurors come in person, one of the first questions I asked them in the afternoon was, who has looked up this case since you filled out the questionnaire? And we had 2 or 3 people raise their hand, and those people were excused.
That's suspicious.
So I have to include your name to screen out for the people that know about your case. And we released about 100 jurors last time because of their answers to that. If we don't include your name, that's 100 extra jurors we have to go through in person and ask if they know you. And in fact, that increases the risk of tainting the rest of the jury pool. If we have someone stand up and say, yeah, I know about her case in Idaho where blah, 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 in front of the rest of the jurors, that'll burn the whole panel. We'll have to start over. So I'm going to include your name in the questionnaire. I don't think there was any other personal information or background information about you in that questionnaire other than your name. So was there any other issues you had with the questionnaire?
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
No, Your Honor.
So the schedule, you will meet one people to go over those answers.
All right. So hold on, because I'm listening to this on Boston. I
think that was Lori getting shut down.
Yeah. But here, I just want to.
Like a New York bodega that's failed its health inspection.
Boop. Hold on, listen. Hear the same thing there. Doesn't sound any different.
She definitely, somebody's whispering asshole.
Right.
Whether or not it's Canoni is the $1 million question.
Ask him to bring blah, blah, blah.
No, it's not ask him. It's asshole.
All right. Did we get everybody's? I think we got everybody. Thanked everybody. Oh, I don't remember us reading this Murdoch one. And there was something else someone asked that I was going to go back to. I think Murdoch hired a hitman for Paul. Maggie was supposed to be his Alex alibi, but something went wrong and she was murdered too. I mean, Bob thinks a hitman was hired as well. I think that's it. I think we got everyone else. So thank you all for your. Oh, this was it. Somebody, they're asking for a, a better explanation of RICO, which is a racketeering statute. It's what they use to convict. Well, actually, the mafia was
take
like
me
under
off stage.
No.
Oh, all right. So I guess like you guys want to hear that? Like this, there's nothing. That was it for. All right, I'll play Lori.
There was more.
I mean, I don't like.
All right, they're saying there was more.
There's more. All right.
All right. Well, while you get it back up, I'll just keep it. So it's RICO is Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organization Act. So it's
screening on the 29th, and those that survive the morning of the 30th will come in the afternoon of the 30th. This will be back in the courtroom we were in last time, 5D of the South Court Tower. Again, I expect to seat that jury that some point that afternoon.
Over Lori's stank ass.
And then we'll plan on going Monday through Thursday, June 2nd to June 5th. Then June 9th to
right, Bob?
15th, and if need be, June.
Stop now. I'm taking you off stage right now.
No.
I have to ask that you would recuse yourself from the personal bias that you have against me and send us to master calendar for this scheduling of a trial.
Oh, they were right.
And what personal bias is that?
That you think I'm a murderer?
Obviously, the personal bias that you're showing right now and that you've shown on the FTR several times during the trial.
Okay, well, I don't have any personal bias. All right. I've over accommodated you on when you have to disclose things. In fact, your expert should be summarily precluded today, and I haven't done that. All right. So
you denied every single one of my motions since for a year and a half that I've been here. Every single one of my motions has been denied, and have any of those motions not have merit? You've denied every single motion.
I think I was here this morning about 15 minutes ago when I granted your motion to meet with your attorneys over the lunch hour. I have granted other motions of yours. Okay.
That's the first motion that you've ever granted.
Well,
in my behalf.
File motions that have a legal basis, and I might grant them.
So you're saying none of my motions have had merit?
Right.
Not many, no.
And none of the motions that my first team, you denied every one of my first team's motions. You denied every one of my second team's motions. And now you denied every one of my motions until today.
I haven't denied every one of your motions.
All right, take your mouth
Every
off.
single one of their motions was denied. Every single one of the second team's motions were denied, and all mine. So you didn't come into this with any bias against me in the first place?
Again, file a motion that has legal merit. Okay.
And none of my attorneys ever filed a motion with any legal merit?
They filed a motion on your behalf, the first team, to preclude media coverage, and I issued my ruling according to the law. All right. They filed a motion to have you dressed out, not in jail clothes during hearings like this. Okay. That was not based in law. I denied that motion. So I've ruled on the motions as required by law.
Without any kind of conclusion of law in them, just denied. Does that not show a bias?
I don't have any embarrassment for this piece of shit. I love when she gets up there and just looks like a fucking idiot. Like, but I'm like so over her.
All right, well, let us hear the rest.
I mean, just send her and her green chili chicken.
And a prejudice against one single person?
All right. Are you done?
Get out of my fucking face, lady.
Are you not going to recuse yourself?
No.
No, not a
Denying your
chance.
Denied.
Anything else?
Denied.
All right. I was handed
Granted,
a
motion to represent yourself.
motion to suppress all evidence pertaining to Jeep Wrangler.
Denied.
I have not received that.
Did you? You probably got a copy of it.
You don't
today
need
or
to,
not?
because you know
No.
what?
Oh,
Denied.
do we need to make copies?
I can tell you my
All right, go ahead
ruling
and
is
make
already.
copies for the state. I also have a motion to dismiss for non-preservation of crucial evidence. So make a
Denied.
copy. I guess the state can file their response to those.
Although I don't need it because it's denied.
All right, Brooklyn, are we good? Was that
No,
it?
is that it? There might be more.
Brooklyn said that's all, folks. I take
Okay.
that as the
See,
high
they were
sign.
right, babe. They were right. There was more. It got juicier.
I mean, all right, I guess.
But anyway, back to the whole RICO question. They use it often for organized crimes, but it's when, people are working in groups to like as a part of a criminal enterprise, and they show like a pattern of activity. And even if one person didn't commit one of the offenses, the entire enterprise can be, individuals that's part of the entire thing can be convicted even if they weren't involved in specifically one of the specific acts. But yeah, and hopefully that was explanation enough for it. They used that they're doing it in Diddy, which is why this came up, but they also did it. What was the other rapper's name Cameron did the short on?
What's his face?
My elbow.
Ooh, was there juice on there?
And how come you haven't gotten down here to me yet?
Mommy love.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Young Thug.
Yeah, ASAP Rocky. That's who it was.
Yeah.
Thank you, Megan. Yes. All right. So Bob Alessi, he's making some points. They're not necessarily huge points in the scope of things, but it's all going.
Nobody thinks that hair and that glass.
No one thing, right? I mean, that hair, the hair especially. But if the glass was like lodged in one of those like little ferreted out areas,
But it was red. It was on top.
I don't know where it was. I couldn't see shit. But that hair I could see. No way. No way, no how. No way, no how. There's no way that thing survived that trip in those elements. So Bob's doing the good work, and he will start again tomorrow morning along with us. We will hopefully we get some more actual court time tomorrow, because today was painful in terms of the amount of breaks that were going on. So mods, we love you. I'm insistent on not forgetting to tell you how thankful and how much we love you. Thank you guys for all that you do every single day, day in, day out.
Mods.
You guys are the best in the business. Like if we didn't have such dope
Thank you,
mods,
Mandy. Thank
we
you,
wouldn't have such
Tracy.
dope chat. You know, like they keep it all above board. So you guys should be giving family hugs to the mods all the time. Because
Kate, you better leave a voicemail overnight. We can
yeah,
play it
Kate,
tomorrow.
you're on the clock. I'm keeping time. 1,000, 2, 1,000. All right, you guys, we love you. We will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, 7:50 a.m. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, come on over to DD and hang with the best chat in the land and maybe learn a thing or two and probably have a laugh. And remember, without y'all, I'm just an old man
sitting around talking to his wife
with the hottest chick as a partner. Bye.
Hot